started here in just a moment. We have several minutes before we can start our actual meeting, so hang tight with us. Before we get started with our first public hearings, just a quick note, if this is your first meeting with us, we have several public hearings today, cases that staff will present to us, and then the Commission will have an opportunity to hear from the applicants, and then we'll have a public hearing for each of those items one at a time. I'll open the public hearing and invite the public to come up, share their name and their brief thoughts with us before we have the applicant respond and we have any final discussion before making a decision on the case. So we'll take those one by one. And then at the end, we also have a discussion on potential text amendments pertaining to housing policy. So that will come up at the end. There is no public hearing scheduled for that, but we do have public comment opportunity at the end of the meeting. So if you're here regarding the housing policy text amendments, you'll have an opportunity to share your thoughts with us at that time. I do ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less during our public hearings, just in the interest of time, so that we can get through all of our items today. And before we get started on our first case, Commissioners, any potential conflicts of interest today?
Yes. So I have with the 563 Jefferson case, my wife and I have supported AYA for years. We provided funding for the purchase of those lots that develops going on, so I feel like that would be a conflict.
I believe I have a conflict too. I work for Pure Architects, who is working on this project alongside AYA, and I personally am the one that's been working on this project. So.
All right, we'll take these one by one then. Let's start with Aaron. Anyone have questions or want to make a motion on his conflict?
I'll make a motion that
that Aaron has a conflict of interest.
That Aaron has a conflict of interest. Thank you.
All right, we need support for that motion.
Support.
Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, and then on to Brian.
I'll make a motion that Brian has a conflict on 563 Jefferson as well.
Support Wallace.
All right, any discussion on that? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. We'll just have you step out during that hearing then. Any other potential conflicts on today's cases? All right, then we can get started with our first case at 834, 836, 840, and 846 East Fulton Street. Sure. Yeah, I was reminded that I should also share, just for information's sake, we do have draft resolutions before us for both approval and denial. So these aren't cooked in advance. They're simply to help us stick to our findings of fact and to the standards that we have in making these decisions. So just so everyone's aware that we do have resolutions written in both the affirmative and in denial.
The first public hearing on the agenda is the request of Community Automotive. They're located at 834, 836, 840, and 846 Fulton Street. They're located in a TN-TBA traditional business area. They're right on the edge of the area, and we've got low-density residential to the west and the south. We have the Fulton Street Cemetery immediately across the street, which you can see better on this slide. Since its establishment, I think they've been here since about 1975, this facility has received several variance and special land use applications. Most recently were Planning Commission approval in 2012 for the rezoning of 2 residential properties from TN LDR to TN TBA. I think those are these 2 properties that I'm pointing at right here. And that was to facilitate additional parking. On May 23rd, 2013, the Planning Commission approved a request for a building expansion with the addition of 4 new service bays with a mezzanine. And I do believe that the building's current location at fairly close to the southerly lot line, that was facilitated through variance when the building was constructed. So we are here today for special land use approval for the expansion of a vehicle repair facility, which requires special land use approval from the Planning Commission. If the Planning Commission is amenable to this request, final site plan review will be needed, will be conducted by staff. But this project will also need a variance. And so that would need to be done subsequent to the Planning Commission's decision. And I'll go into that in further detail later on. So the site is improved. Let's see, I think I'll go back to this one. The site's improved with about a 6,300 square foot building and surface parking. It actually consists of 4 separate parcels. Because the site is bisected by an alley, I'm not sure where you can sort of see it on this slide. It's bisected by an alley, so the 2 sides of the alley cannot be combined. And then the 2 properties that front Fulton are in a neighborhood enterprise zone, so that prohibits them from being combined with the properties behind them. So we do have a deed restriction already in place to memorialize that this parking goes with the community automotive operation. So this slide here shows you the existing building, the previous expansion, and then today the addition that's being considered today. So the existing site plan was what was previously approved by the Planning Commission, and that included a perimeter fence and landscape buffer, but the fence was approved not at the lot line, but as shown here, you can see the landscape buffer on this slide, and the fence is on the inside of the landscape buffer. So the landscaping sort of appears to be part of those adjacent neighboring residential properties. As part of today's request, the applicant is asking to move the fence to the perimeter all along the edge and put the landscape and have the landscape buffer on the inside. There are a couple of, there's some nonconformities on the site relative to the surface parking in front of the street or in front of the building. We're not really looking at that today. That's a nonconforming condition. There's a nonconforming pole sign. Again, none of that is really relevant to today's discussion. There were previously 36 exterior parking spaces approved, plus the interior spaces. There's no permanent trash enclosure on the property. The applicant is proposing a trash bin in the location that I'm seeing here, sort of near the alley, and which isn't, it's not shown on this plan, but, oh, there we go. That's what's proposed, but it's not proposed in a bin. And since at least 2006, there's been one or two shipping containers on site that have been located behind the building that have been used for storage. And those are located in designated parking spaces. So there are two additions proposed, the service bay addition and a storage addition. The storage addition is proposed along Dwight. The single-story addition on Dwight is a 200 square foot parts addition. And that actually is bringing, because there's a required building line in this zone district, that can be allowed to go in front of the building if you find the design of the building to be appropriate and the expansion to be appropriate. The other addition on the south side of the building, this is the one that will need the variance. It's proposed to be about 1 foot from the easterly lot line where I'm pointing on the screen. It would contain 2 service bays, and that would bring the total of on-site service, or the total of service bays in the facility to 14. The 2013 expansion approval included a total of 10 service bays. There are currently 12 service bays in operation, and it does look like those 12 were approved with the building permit. I can't explain all those details, but there appear to be 12 right now in operation, and 2 more are proposed. A couple other site elements. The zoning ordinance requires an acre or 43,560 square feet for vehicle repair facilities. This property, the 2 on each side together are about half an acre. So this is undersized. Of course, the Planning Commission has allowed the expansion in the past. So part of what you are considering today is this expansion appropriate relative to the size of the property and its operation? The new service bays will face a residential property. That is something else that the Planning Commission should consider. The specific use regulations for vehicle repair it does require that service bays be not oriented toward residential. Of course, because this is in a TNTBA, we have residential all around it. So that is one of the critical elements to consider. And something else I want to mention is that because this is a corner lot, it has 2 front yards along the street frontages, and then 2 side yards. This side to the west, well, actually, multiple side yards. 2 front yards, and then all the rest of the yards we consider sides, okay? So I mention the side yards because the minimum setback for buildings in a TNTBA where the buildings or the property rather abuts ground floor residential uses is 10 feet. And as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing a 1-foot setback. That, if the Planning Commission is amenable to this plan, the applicant will need to seek a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals. The parts addition, like I said, from a site layout perspective, that is bringing it closer to conformity with the requirements of the zone district, but we do need to look at, at the building and the use holistically. Other site elements, a permanent trash enclosure doesn't currently exist and it is not proposed. The trash bin is proposed to be at the rear of the property, and they are visible. I think I have some photos here. You can see here where they're currently stored, they are visible from the public right-of-way. So the Planning Commission may wish to consider that. We have right now we have a 4-foot wide gate to provide access for the property on Baldwin that has this garage. This gate allows them to access the alley if they have a vehicle. Now, I think I'll defer to the applicants to talk a little more about this, but I think that this 4-foot gate, we ended up with a 4-foot gate currently because I think this property owner has a motorcycle and doesn't own a vehicle, doesn't own a car, and so the 4-foot gate is adequate. The Planning Commission should consider, if for the future, if the 4-foot gate will be adequate. Green site elements, the plan proposes adequate green space and tree canopy will be calculated at permitting. I mentioned the fence. They're proposing to move it from the interior to the lot line, to the perimeter, and it's currently a 6-foot high fence, and the applicant is also proposing a 6-foot high fence. I'll defer to the applicant to talk about the floor plan. I think you'll be able to explain it better than I can. I do want to mention the minimum front transparency in the TNTBA is 60%. As I said, this is, they have 2 front yards. So this north elevation is facing Fulton, and that, that there are no changes proposed there really, except that this area on the left side of the slide, this is the addition that's further back. So no windows are proposed there. And then, let's see, north elevation, west elevation, this is interior of the lot. South elevation, this is, sort of to the back. And what we're seeing here that I'm pointing at on the left side of the slide, this is the south side of the new addition. And the east elevation, where I'm pointing is the new addition. So they are proposing a window there. I think right now this elevation has about 40% transparency, and it will end up with about 40%. So there's no significant changes there. Let's see. Use considerations are hours of operation. They're Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I'm not sure if they have Saturday hours or not. I don't see that written down here. I'll defer to the applicant to let us know if they do have any weekend hours. The application indicates that there are currently 15 individuals employed, and then adding 2 employees. The applicant has reported that in 2022, they had an average of 70 cars serviced per week, and about 36 to 44 vehicles are on site throughout the day. The current start to finish time for car repairs is about 9 days. And according to the application, the building addition is expected to reduce the duration of service time rather than providing the ability of the facility to add more vehicles to the service schedule. So that might be an element that the Planning Commission wishes to discuss with the applicant, particularly because of their dependence on off-site storage for vehicles awaiting repair and pickup, which I'll go into in just a moment. And owners are expected to pick up their repaired vehicles within 48 to 72 hours of completion. Now, regarding parking requirements, that's based on service bays and number of employees, and then office space. We calculated the parking requirement for this use with the proposed number of bays as 61. There are 34 parking spaces on site, in addition to the 14 service bays, for a total of 48. So as proposed, the site is deficient by 13 spaces. And the applicant has indicated that 15 parking spaces are available they said the Baldwin lot, but here it does say, so Baldwin is sort of a side street to the south of the facility. There is a surface parking lot on Baldwin, and that was constructed, I don't know what year, but I do know it was constructed after this building was built. Currently, LaFonsi Galleries is in this building, but at the time this was constructed, it was a medical office, and this additional surface parking lot was constructed for doctor parking. And so the applicant has indicated that they have an agreement to use, here it says 18 parking spaces. I think the application said 15 parking spaces are leased from LaFonsi Galleries for employee parking. So you are allowed to have, parking off-site within agreement. That is something that the zoning ordinance allows. The Planning Commission should consider, the distance here. It should be within 300 feet, but it's a little more than 600. It's about 600 feet. So the Planning Commission should consider whether this is adequate. We don't have a formal parking agreement about that, and so the Planning Commission might wish to further explore that. I also want to mention that on site, 4 tandem parking spaces are proposed. They've labeled them as overnight spaces. I didn't include them in that parking calculation because we do have concerns about the ability to actually put 4 vehicles, park 4 vehicles in those spaces. They don't seem to meet, the spaces don't meet our dimensional and maneuverability requirements. So that might be something that the applicant can expand upon about how they would actually be accessed. We do also have some questions about accessibility of some of the other spaces on the lot. It appears that the space furthest to the southeast, it seems challenging to access that space. I mean, I understand that these are not customer parking spaces. This is where staff is going to be storing vehicles. So they probably are. They have a lot of experience moving vehicles in and out, but this, we do have some questions about the ability to utilize those spaces. In addition, on the north side, several of the spaces here are in the clear vision area. It does appear that several of these spaces are encroaching into, they extend in front of the curb cut. We have some concerns about the accessibility of all of these spaces. For instance, here's a turning template, and you do need to drive over, in other spaces to access the space that they're showing as an example. So, in sum, the site plan proposed does not meet all of our dimensional requirements. Back to the off-site parking, the use regulations for vehicle repair require that all vehicles awaiting repair or pickup shall be kept in approved parking spaces on site. Now, it looks like Community Automotive has a really strong business, and that's why they're here today, to expand, but it does not appear that they're able to accommodate all their vehicles on site. I understand that they have purchased the hair salon immediately to the east at across the street on Dwight, and they do have vehicles stored there. I understand that the hair salon is at least somewhat in operation still. In addition, the Baldwin lot that was constructed for the doctors, that is used by Community Automotive for vehicular storage. And you can see from aerial photos, and they also included it in their application, that, they are double parked. They're clearly being stored there relative to, for the purposes of their use. So the issue here is that, like I said, all vehicles, the use should be able to, or the site should be able to accommodate the entire use. And we do require some off-site parking, shared parking among uses where there are underutilized parking spaces. However, the storage of these vehicles is different than employee parking. Okay, this is vehicular storage versus parking, okay? So that is something that we would ask that the Planning Commission consider today. We have had letters of support from the two neighborhood associations here, both Midtown Neighborhood Association and the East Hills Council of Neighbors. We have received a letter of concern from the property owner, actually this one is better, the property owner immediately to the south on Baldwin. Currently, the fence is, I think, about 5 feet further to the north, and then the landscape buffer is on his side of the property, and the applicant is now proposing that the fence go at the property line. So this neighbor also did submit a letter, which is in your packet. So I'm just quickly going to go through a couple of slides. We do see historically there have been vehicles in the, parked into the sidewalk. So we did include as a condition of approval that wheel stops be installed in the spaces on this north side here. And there have been a couple of enforcement actions, like I think in 2016 and 2021, relative to parking on the sidewalk. You can see that some vehicles are parked outside of the required parking spaces. This is the hair salon across the street, and it looks like the vehicles are parked very neatly there, but it's unclear to me the how many spaces are available yet for the use on site. This is that Baldwin lot, and then we have the employee parking to the south. We have an aerial photo of showing all these spaces. Oh, and this was the original, this was the previous approval. I think some of the encroachments in front of the curb cut may have been because the site plan was not based on an available survey. So, so some of the dimensions might have been off by a few feet. So with that, we're looking at a proposed expansion, and the Planning Commission should consider the ability of the site to accommodate the expansion, as well as the need for a dimensional variance associated with this use. Do you have any questions for me?
Thanks, Elizabeth. Commissioners, any questions at this time?
Yeah, I have one. I'm just wondering if the applicant was advised it might be advantageous to seek special land use for some of these other properties that they use for vehicular storage at the same time? I know they don't own the gallery one.
No, we did not. I think as we discussed it, we talked about some of the issues associated with this request. We also did advise them that their use of those properties wasn't an allowed use. As a condition of approval, we have in the resolution that they seek approval.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth, could you clarify the landscape buffer and fence arrangement, the way it's intended to be in the zoning ordinance versus, so that's being shown both ways, with the landscape buffer being on one side of the fence versus the other, and I'm just curious what the intent of the zoning ordinance would be.
The intent is to have a buffer with, the actual landscaping is going to provide, deaden some sound and provide, deaden some sound and just provide a delineation between the uses. Generally, we see the fence on the outside. But there have been occasions, this being one of them, where maybe those relationships between those two uses are such that the Planning Commission found it to be more advantageous or beneficial for the adjacent property owner to have the fence on the inside and the landscaping on the outside. The issue with that is I do think it presents some challenges for the property owner to maintain the landscape buffer. So I think the applicant is prepared to talk about that. So they can talk about why they wanted it or why they want to move it, but I think the Planning Commission required it the way it is now because of the tight, because of the relationship of the adjacent properties. All the houses are fairly close.
All right, any other questions at this time, commissioners? All right, thanks, Elizabeth. I'll invite the applicant up if there are other details you'd like to share with us.
You can advance slides yourself with these buttons or this, and you can point with this, and I have your back, and I can advance slides as well.
Okay. Yeah, my name's Richard Zagman. I'm the owner of the property. Brandon Barr is the business manager partner, and then we have Jay Miedema as the architect. So they may want to pipe in if we need to answer questions that I can't quite answer. Just a little more comment about why we're proposing we move that fence to the outside of the property line. All of these homes around our property are rentals. So there's nothing wrong with that. We have great neighbors, no complaints about the neighbors, and no complaints about us either. We get along well. But each time someone moves, I am challenged with when I maintain this property, this buffer area, setback, I have to explain who I am and why I'm on their property, which really isn't their property. So it's been a little scary at times where I'm walking around the property and somebody is startled because they don't think I belong there. And I've calmed down the situation. It's never been violent by any means. But that's a concern. And that's probably the biggest reason. Space is helpful too, to have more space inside that fence for us, especially with the addition that's being proposed, the dumpsters, storage as well. So I just want to emphasize too that we are not trying to acquire more customers. We have way more than what we can handle. We're trying to handle what we already have. We don't do any marketing anymore other than our website. We have no need to bring in more customers. But we have what we have. We're even trying to narrow down our focus on what types of cars that we work on to reduce this long-term parking. The nature of our business is we work on very unusual cars. These are cars that are not necessarily daily drivers for customers. So they might drop a car off, and we have one right now that's been there probably a year. It's an old Toyota Land Cruiser. We've probably put $50,000 into this vehicle over time, but it takes months for parts. It takes time. So the nature of our business requires some unusual storage. There's plenty of cars that come and go the same day, but because of the nature of the collectible cars, unusual cars, they sit there longer. So we're trying to fix that problem by having more employees. We don't have space for more employees, so we need these additional bays. And again, not to bring in more customers, but to get vehicles done more quickly, more efficiently. So I think I don't have any more comments unless you have questions that I can comment on.
Yeah, I have one. So we got one letter of concern from your neighbor there to the south related to the tree that is currently kind of helping with their screening of the use there behind there. If you were to move the fence, would that tree remain?
These are the trees that are dying? Is that,
No, the large evergreen tree, I think, is.
oh, no, that's staying there.
Okay.
No intention to, we're not pulling any trees down. There are some bushes that for some reason have, they died in the last year. We haven't done anything with them yet because we knew we were coming to this meeting. And that would be whatever the results of this meeting, we will address whatever greenery there is no longer green.
Gotcha.
So.
And then did you do, other than kind of the postcard that folks get telling them that this meeting is happening, that this request has happened, did you do direct outreach to neighbors?
Yes, I'll let Brandon comment on that. He contacted them directly.
Yeah, I walked as much as I could to get them on, in the neighborhood. And I think I talked to 3 individuals. And I'm not too familiar with who owns homes versus who rents necessarily, but I was able to talk to 3 owners. So I don't know if there's any more particular questions. The neighbor behind us, I don't know if their concern with the tree was that we would potentially be removing it or if, okay, so that's already been addressed.
Can you just confirm your hours of operation?
7 to 5:30 Monday through Friday.
Will there be any adjustment to the lighting? Will you be adding any more lighting to the parking lot?
No, I think the lighting's adequate. There might be some lighting on the building, LED, low-level lighting, which we would match what we currently have,
Okay.
but no bright lights of any kind, if that's what you
Yeah.
are concerned about.
Thank you.
And then related to the off-site kind of vehicle storage, if this request is approved today, would you be prepared to move forward with the necessary applications to get approvals for that Baldwin lot and Salon lot for the storage that you use it?
Yeah,
for?
if that's possible, sure.
The other thing I should mention about one of the neighbors is that the one directly behind us has asked for a gate, and I think earlier Elizabeth did a great job presenting. The gate's actually a double gate. I think it's like 12 feet. So you could fit a car through there. And so I think in our new drawing, we're proposing that the bigger gate just come straight through so that they have easier access because she had asked us to move it. So we said that should be easy enough. We can double up the gate on the other side for her so that she can more easily get into her property. So this would be the double gate here, whereas currently it's over here. So this would move to a single gate, and then here a larger gate for her to access her garage, which the entrance is right here.
So where would the dumpster end up?
The dumpsters, if there's room right here, typically what we've done in the past, they're on rollers. So we've just been able to tuck them behind cars right here, up against the fence where the current fence is in the building. So right now the dumpsters, they get moved in and out like Thursday, Friday. We're constantly moving them. In the winter, that's a little bit harder.
Does this addition eliminate your need for the 2 shipping containers on the site?
Oh, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
You currently have 2 shipping containers on site?
Yes.
Does this addition eliminate the need for those?
Yeah, the addition is proposed as a 2-level, and any storage we have in those storage containers would go up above on the second level.
Okay. One more question. I noticed that the addition, the service bays are considerably deeper than the rest of the bays that you have.
Considerably what? I'm sorry?
Deeper?
Deeper.
So with that 1-foot setback, it looks like the bays are roughly 3 to 4 feet deeper than the rest of your bays. I was just curious about the need for that.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying. The addition The reason we're proposing it going into the setback is to actually match the depth of the existing bays on the west side. Does that make sense to you? If you look at this existing building here, this is if you follow that line, we're just following that line back. But if we maintain the setback, then that would have to be cut in there, and so those bays would actually be shorter. Is that what you're referring to, those bays on the west side? Or are you talking about the bays on the existing building from years ago?
I was just trying to compare all of the bays, to be honest. So it just looked to me like, because of the existing stair that you have in the bays just to the north of the addition, it looked like maybe there was some room to match the 4-foot setback that you currently have. I was just curious about that decision, to be down to 1 foot.
Yeah.
I think you answered it.
We are extremely crowded. Our building is very old, our main building, and back in the 30s or whenever this building was originally built, the cars must have been a lot smaller, or the requirements or people's satisfaction in working in a small environment maybe was more easily satisfied. But today we find, even with some cars being smaller, we're just, maybe it's more equipment, more employees, we're very crowded. That's why we're asking for that continued depth to match. I know there's a stairway there that's blocking some of the depth of these bays here, but these here have full depth. We have some equipment setting here. And that's what we would ask that happen here too. So we have room for equipment and space to walk between the equipment and the vehicles. You're welcome to have a tour someday and walk around and see what we deal with. It's very crowded, just partly because of the age of the building and partly because of the location. We're just limited as to what we can do.
All right, Commissioners, any other questions at this point? All right, I'll have you take a seat. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about 834, 836, 840, and 846 East Fulton Street, I invite you to come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
Hello, my name is James White. I actually own the property directly behind this project, so I'm going to try to narrow in on that. In full disclosure, I've had work done there. So, and I'm a car guy, so I'm sympathetic to Dick's presentation. Although I would beg to differ on a couple of small issues. When I first bought this house in 2005, I bought it because of its location, because of the neighborhood. It literally is down the street from a grocery store. I have a child that has special needs, and I was thinking about his time down the road when he gets to the point where he needs to try to live on his own or with some caregivers. And so the idea is that while I know people don't always think about rental in a certain way, but it's being rented until he's able to a point where he can live there on his own with some supports. But what I'm concerned about is the viewpoint and the vista that would come, because I didn't send this picture, but directly out of the kitchen, it looks onto the parking lot. The tree that's there is a pretty good buffer. So that's why I was very concerned about the tree not moving. When I look at the lines, and I've got a lot of history in terms of development and construction, Aaron knows me well, so it's one of those situations where I recognize that I'm not trying to stop his progression, but I'm asking that they do something about maybe leaving the fence there on that south side. I would happily maintain the stuff on the other side, those two bushes that are dying is there. It's maybe the type of bush it is, I don't know. Or we don't even need to have the bushes, we can simply have the groundscape that's there. I'm happy with that as long as we leave the fence where it is. I just don't want to change the viewpoint. When they came for this presentation about 10, 12 years ago, that was the compromise that was settled on, was to have the buffer on the on the affected neighbor's side, which turned out great. It's actually a better view now than it was when it was back then, because there was a kind of a cobulated fence that was back there. The only issue I'm having now is I just really don't want to move that lot line there, in the sense that it would make a very, very narrow abutment to the house. I'm literally talking just a few feet, maybe. So if it's difficult to maintain now, imagine what it's going to be like if you move that fence. There's no way to even get back there. So I'll happily maintain the distance between the fence and my property, if that's okay, as long as you just don't move the fence line. So, and I stayed within my 3 minutes. So.
All right. Thank you very much for doing that, Mr. White.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on this case?
Hi. Hi, guys. I'm Eva Seatek. I live at 823 Baldwin, essentially kitty corner from that lot. I'm not sure how to move to the picture. But anyway, wanted to say that they're great neighbors. I really appreciate them taking care of that property across the street where the cars are parked. Great job of shoveling, great job of plowing. They even help me sometimes, which is really fabulous, and that street, all of Baldwin Street, which is really nice. I would be also a little bit concerned about moving the fence. I know that originally when they did the expansion a few years ago, the conversation was, to keep this one primary tree that they've done a great job of maintaining, and it looks great. It adds a nice camouflage. I'm just a little concerned that once the fence moves, that possibly whomever might own that building in the future might cut that tree down thinking it's on my property, it's in my way, I'm going to get rid of it. So that would be one concern to me. The other thing is, when a few years ago I was concerned that there could be some noise issues with the expansion. I'm here to say there hasn't ever been a noise issue. So I'm not concerned about the new expansion, giving any noise issues either. And I guess that's it. So I'm in favor of them being able to get whatever variance they might need in the future for the parking. I would love to have them stay. I have to admit, though, that I'm a little concerned about that fence moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case today? All right, I will close the public hearing. Don't know if there's anything you want to address that was raised in the public hearing, or if the commissioners might have some follow-up questions for you.
Yeah, I think that's that. I think keeping that fence on the south side where it is not a big problem. And the neighbor being willing to maintain that's awesome as well. I don't see that being a problem. So. And we have no intention of removing any trees that are in good condition. It's just the bushes that we are going to upgrade at some point based on what the decision is here. Even if the decision is leave the fence, those bushes have to be updated, removed. For some reason they died. We don't know why. All of them. But we're happy with the tree, even though it means more maintenance for us. It's a messy tree. It's that Eva was talking about. It's real messy, but we clean it up. We'd rather have it there. So.
All right, commissioners, questions? All right, then discussion.
I think that this plan has demonstrated a couple things: an effort to be up to date, yet stay in its current location. It's a community asset. We see that from the neighborhood, their willingness to work with the neighbors. And I'd hate for them to have to move out of town. I think they're conscientious, it seems to me, about working out a plan that suits the neighborhood, suits the neighbors. So I'm in support of this expansion, although I've had work done here. Just an oil change, I think, or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's nice to have establishments like this in the city available to nearby neighbors, and I also see it as an asset. I do also see the advantage of moving the fence out in some of these areas to help with the maintenance of that landscape buffer, but I appreciate the applicant's willingness to keep the fence where it is on that south side, to kind of help with that buffer for those direct neighbors down there, which it really would be close to the buildings if they move that further out on the south side. And yeah, I don't know what the requirements are related to shipping containers, if that's any kind of, yeah, so like maybe we could condition that removal or whatever, but I'm in support as well, and yeah.
I wondered if we could circle back to this 1 second. I have it in my notes that in the plan, Elizabeth, where it shows the gate and the dumpster locations, we're requiring a permanent dumpster enclosure, and I'm not clear where that is going to go.
They have not proposed a permanent trash enclosure.
So that would be one of the conditions of
Okay.
approval that the ordinance would require, is because they have dumpsters and because there is an expansion project here, that this is typically used as the opportunity to bring the site closer to compliance. They can work with staff to figure out where the dumpster location can go. But if there is going to be a trash container on site, it needs to be properly screened. If there's opportunities to move it indoors, then that's something that could be considered as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Is there a benefit to having those on wheels and not permanently situated? Like, why is it the way that it is now?
The area that we have stored in the past is in this area here. So they're tucked away out of view. The problem is when the trash trucks come in to get those dumpsters, they're more resistant to have to pull those out. So we pull them out so that we don't get resistance from those drivers.
Well, I'm just asking, why is it not a permanent space now? Is there a benefit to your business for them being on wheels or being movable? Is there something?
Well, they have to be movable. I wasn't aware, actually, that there was a requirement for enclosure, and that's the only reason there isn't. There certainly can be. Ideally, if we were to have an enclosure here, it would be in the, can you see that, what I was pointing at?
Yeah, but isn't that where the new gate is going?
Yes. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, if that new gate is there, then we'd have to figure out a different place for an enclosure. It'd probably have to be over here. And then we'd be back to pulling them out on the days that pickup occurs. But I don't see a problem having an enclosure. I'm not resistant to that.
I'm just thinking out loud here. Does the enclosure have to be hidden by ordinance rules? So if we're allowed this space here, this would probably be the most likely, easiest corner to place something potentially.
There are requirements, including not being in a front yard.
Oh, okay.
So I would say no, that's not an appropriate location, but these are the kinds of issues that planning staff can work through with you in light of your operations, if the planning commission's comfortable with that.
Yeah.
In other words, you don't have to come up with a solution today.
I think I would echo many of the comments already made about, the community benefit and keeping the business in town, et cetera. I like the idea of actually keeping that fence where it is along that property line, because I feel like the buffer is much more valuable to the home dwellers there than it is to the business. Like, I don't know that the business benefits from having landscaping in the corner, whereas the homeowners do get to see it and not just a, stockade fence. And all that stuff where we got the dumpster issue, but to me, if it's in that back corner behind a 6-foot fence, it's just as good as an enclosure, if it's just a rolling cart. But I'll let you guys work that out.
Yeah, I was going to ask something to that effect. Could we waive that? Is that ever waived? Where don't shoot me. I see you, Laura. I see your eyes. Where we would waive the trash enclosure provision? Because it seems like, I don't know, I'm not an architect or designer, but it seems like it would be, if they're already doing this now, this would become an even more difficult problem when they add in the gate, and they're still moving the trash bins for pickup.
I would say that it's atypical for the Planning Commission not to utilize opportunities like this to bring a site closer to compliance. And that's pretty explicit language in your non-conforming site element section in Article 3. There are options relative to material screening requirements that are flexible. And so if, for example, it does require a masonry enclosure, and if there's thoughts that a less solid structure is appropriate because of its location, we can certainly work with them on that. But I wouldn't suggest that it's appropriate for us to relieve them from the need to enclose, especially when it's been a consistent requirement of the Planning Commission historically.
I agree. That makes sense. I guess the only other thing, I'm a 5-minute walk from here, and I usually do walk past this place. And every time I walk past, I always think this place is it's already bursting at the seams. It's like it's already over capacity, not just at capacity. With the new bay, the theory is the new bay will give them 2 spaces for 2 more employees, which we want that, right? We want people who want to work here, who want to live here, want to be here, take their cars here. But I'm questioning whether that theory will pan out in reality. I think adding the 2 bays will give more space, and in theory, it'll speed up the time. But I'm questioning if that's even true. I'm questioning if that even makes any sense. And that's just my comments up on that.
Yeah, I think I would share the same concern. Historically, we have not seen an expansion of this business alleviate some of the off-site storage that has been necessary. Clearly, this is a well-supported business without a doubt and an asset to the neighborhood that it's in. What I think is problematic is the need to work within the space that they have. The storage off Baldwin would necessitate a variance that the storage of vehicles for awaiting repair is not an appropriate use in the residential zone district. While they are utilizing the space across the street, the storage of vehicles on the primary street and traditional business area also is not historically been considered appropriate. That would be a Planning Commission distinction as well. I really think, while we agree that it's a business that's an asset to the neighborhood, really needs to look at their operational plan and utilize the space that they have. And I don't run a vehicle repair shop. I don't exactly know what that means, except clearly they've got more customers than they can address within the space that they have. And so I don't know that I feel an expansion will help. Logically, I understand why it should. We just haven't seen that historically.
I also just want to say, just in case they're listening and I need my car fixed, that I have nothing against them. So.
appreciate the question and the thoughts there. I think in my experience on looking at cases in the city of this type, there's a lot of operators who don't come to us. They just do. And so the ones that do come to us are typically trying to solve the problems. I think I appreciate that. I also think it's on us to try to set it up as best we can in case this operator eventually leaves and someone else takes over. We can't just rely on the goodwill. We need to have it documented in a way that is sustainable, including the required other variances and approvals and things.
So we've had a couple kind of differing opinions about the fence. I guess I'm curious where other folks stand on the location of that. Because your suggestion is to not move it at all, is that correct?
Yeah, I feel like it has a lot more benefit to those neighbors if it stays where it is and the landscaping is on the neighbor side than in the parking lot of the parking area that will never be seen by anybody except for the employees. Yeah, and if the neighbor is, or neighbors are willing to maintain it or to accept some responsibility for that, then I think it feels to me better for those residents than moving that fence out and putting landscaping between cars and a fence that no one will ever see.
Right. I think we heard from the neighbor on the south side that they're willing to do that. I don't know if we, on the west side.
Well, I don't think we can rely on
Right.
like the handshake
Right.
sort of agreement
Yeah.
here, right? So like, it's nice that they want to, and I believe that they will. I just want to make sure that it is the dealership or the car repair place that, knows that they're ultimately responsible for the health and well-being of the fence and the landscaping. I fall in the same camp as Aaron. I think the fence on the business side makes sense to me, and Mr. White's testimony also. I think that seems like an adequate use of landscaping as opposed to a hidden use of landscaping for a buffer. So,
At least along that property, A39, I feel like with the gate there too, you're not coming around and walking up the driveway to maintain it. You can kind of come in right from the parking lot, and if the homeowner is willing to explain to a tenant that may happen from time to time, and that maintains, the person who's maintaining that is only walking along that fenceway and trimming a bush or something, it feels like it would be a better. But I would agree. I think it would need to have some type of arrangement between the two parties, at least a mutual understanding of something.
I do see the benefit of, and I agree with Mr. White's request, but for the other part of the parking lot, I do see a benefit of having some greenery amongst the asphalt and helping the business itself look. The other places have landscaping. For it to be along and inside of the parking lot, I think enhances the look of the parking lot. It kind of softens the look of the parking lot, which is why in a lot of parking lots we require landscaping.
And I would agree. I just think in that back corner it's no one sees it except for the employee that walks back there to get the car, right?
Let me just comment on that. There's one option I just happened to think of. We are asking for the setback to be almost entirely removed on the new addition. And that, we would like to maintain that request because of the size of the building. We need that space. The setback all the way around, maybe we could split it. So both parties are benefiting. The neighbors still, and I would not say for Mr. White, we could leave that where it is. That's not as important. He could have that whole 10 feet. But on the other side, the east side and the west side, maybe we put the fence in the middle, so there's landscaping on both sides. That's just a thought, and part of our motivation too of moving this setback over here is if we put an addition here, it makes it more difficult to get at the parking over here. But if this fence line was back, we'd have more access to that parking. So.
right, any feedback on that suggestion?
I appreciate the willingness to do that, but it seems to me, I mean, we both got the aesthetics, the maintenance, several other things. I appreciate Mr. White's request, and I think that's a valid and good one. But I still think, in my opinion, it's not going to cause me to not vote for this, but that it would look better to have landscaping within that parking lot as a way to soften the look of a business on Fulton Street.
I'm indifferent to the location except for the already agreed to accommodation for Mr. White. I think fences along property lines are extremely prevalent in the city in residential neighborhoods. So the idea that landscaping would be on one side or the other is, to me, a little bit of a moot point. I think the point is having a landscape buffer and a fence to reduce the size of that landscape buffer. And I think that's the intent that's trying to be made here. So I think as long as we can accommodate, or as long as there's an opportunity to accommodate Mr. White's concern, which has already been, seems like it's acceptable, I'm indifferent to the rest of the fence.
I would agree with that. Any other outstanding conditions that need to be discussed? All right, then I'm open to hearing a motion.
I can make it. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves a special land use and site plan review request of Community Automotive, Richard Zagman, for approval to expand an existing vehicle repair facility at 834, 836, 840, and 846 East Fulton Street for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the proposed use will foster a strong economy by allowing for the expansion of an established local business and provide opportunity for growth of an existing service use business located on a major street, which supports a pedestrian-friendly street network. Objective SE4 of the 2002 master plan. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of section 5.12.08.e because the proposed expansion has been designed to meet standards and requirements to the extent practicable with modifications permitted by the zoning ordinance. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment, because this will be an expansion of an existing use that has been in operation at this location for many years. The adjacent residential uses will not be negatively impacted by expansion of the use, and the building will be buffered from the adjacent residential use by a fence and landscaping. The proposed use will not have potentially adverse effects on the neighborhood because all repair activities will be contained within the building. An effective buffer from residential uses will be provided by landscaping and a 6-foot-high fence, and adequate off-street parking is available. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future use or to the public welfare because excessive noise, glare, or visual clutter is not anticipated, and any visual clutter will be mitigated by landscaping and other site and building improvements. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment, because this will be an expansion of a business that currently provides vehicle service and is supported by the neighborhood and business associations. The site design for the proposed use will occur on a previously developed site and will have minimal additional impact on the environment. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or will be provided at no additional cost. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability or economic welfare of the city because the proposed expansion will result in continued operations of an already established business. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. Standard conditions set A, approvals. will be on the screen in a moment. I'll read through them. That the application and plans submitted by the applicant and signed, dated, and stamped by the planning director shall constitute the approved plans, except if plan elements do not meet ordinance requirements and/or as amended in this resolution. Number 2, that the use shall operate according to the application and per testimony as recorded in the Planning Commission minutes. Number 3, that this approval does not include any proposed signs, and any future signs shall be subject to the requirements of Article 15 of the ordinance and permits received prior to installation. Number 4, that the Land Use Development Services LUDS permit, building permit, and all other permits be obtained from the City of Grand Rapids prior to construction, demolition, or operation. Number 5, that any expansion of the approved special land use requires an additional special land use review and approval by the Planning Commission. Number 6, that the proposed use will comply with all other applicable city ordinances and policies and the state laws. Number 7, that the approval shall take effect 16 calendar days after the date of the Planning Commission's decision. Number 2, that damaged or wrecked vehicles shall not be stored on site for purposes other than repair. Number 3, that all activities shall be performed within the building, and all equipment, vehicle parts, tires, and any other materials and supplies shall be located and stored within the building. That a variance shall be obtained to allow for the proposed building expansion 1 foot from the east lot line. That wheel stops shall be installed in the parking spaces fronting Fulton Street to prevent encroachment onto the sidewalk. An access gate wide enough for vehicle access shall be installed, providing an ingress and egress from the public alley to the residential garage at 833 Baldwin. That a permanent trash enclosure shall be constructed. You all still on board? Thank you. That the landscape buffers may be reduced to the widths shown on the submitted plan, and the fence may be located at the lot line. That a formal parking agreement shall be provided to allow for the provision of 13 off-site employee parking spaces. And then that this approval does not include use of any other property for off-site vehicle storage in association with this repair facility. If utilized, separate zoning approval shall be obtained.
Support, but wondering do we need to condition for the removal of the shipping containers, or?
No, we rarely try to initiate enforcement based on an application, so but they're not permitted, and so as part of the permitting process,
That'll
we
be
will
taken
work with
care
them
of.
and it
Okay,
will be
great,
addressed.
thank you.
Yep.
I'm also wondering if you're amenable to revising condition 8 to say, except for the southern lot line, because we want that fence to remain where it is on that south property line.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right with that.
For that, I took number 8 to mean the word may, so it doesn't have to happen. Is that everybody else's understanding?
Right, but I don't want that.
Don't want that, okay. I know that's right. You better get yours. All right, would you be amenable to striking 1 bullet point A, foster a strong economy by allowing for the expansion of an established local business only based on their testimony that they're not looking for new customers, that this is an expansion looking to service the existing customers?
Well, there will be,
There could be new customers.
there could be,
We're not trying to manage their business operation necessarily, I think. I don't think we're necessarily trying to manage the intake of their business.
No,
I mean,
no.
I know that that's the intent, but I don't think that,
Maybe building expansion?
I don't,
How about
I don't have a
the
better.
viability of the,
I'm okay with the language. I just think it doesn't go along with
I
what
understand.
they said.
Yeah, I understand.
So, 3B, the third bullet point, adequate off-street parking is available. I think we all know that that is not true.
well, for customers. going in and out of the building, I think we can leave it there. I don't think we're not meaning parked cars.
Right, they can't store those
Service.
on the street anyway.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
I have one request of staff. Is there a way to expand that encroachment onto sidewalks also along Dwight? Because I noticed in some pictures that you've got vehicles parked on what appears to be the sidewalk along Dwight. And I don't know how that might be physically, if you can, what kind of barriers you could create there that would stop that practice.
Can I comment on that?
Oh, well, I don't know.
Sure. I don't know when that picture was taken. That was true quite some time ago. We used to park on the east side wherever we could find a spot, whether it was legal or not legal. And we had quite a conversation with parking of Grand Rapids, whatever the department was, on what we could do and what we couldn't do. And I think we arrived at a good solution. We were able to park on the street, even though the approach, I guess you call it the approach, is narrower than typical, but it's narrower on our own driveway. So whoever I spoke to, I don't remember who it was with the city, said, we're going to let you do that. It's your driveway, so we park on the street. We used to park on the sidewalk by the sign there that I think the picture indicates. We don't park there anymore. We don't park, with few exceptions. There are some cases where a car might be parked temporarily between the sidewalk and the street in that buffer area, which they're not supposed to be cars there. But that problem has been virtually eliminated.
Okay.
Just has to be enforced sometimes a little bit.
I'll remove my suggestion.
Any other discussion on this motion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you. Our next case is 648 Bond Ave Northwest, 637 and 647 Ottawa Ave Northwest, 700 Ottawa Ave, and 711 Ionia Ave Northwest. Elizabeth will take us through this case as well.
My Corewell Health folks, if you wouldn't mind moving up here, please. Thank you. The next request is actually 4 applications, and we're taking them as one because they all have to do with Corewell Health's master plan for their facilities in the Monroe North neighborhood. The subject properties are 648 Bond, 637 and 647 Ottawa, 700 Ottawa, and 711 Ionia Northwest. I'm sorry, just a moment, please. They're all getting on the elevator now, so. Okay, so we're looking at 4, ultimately, 4 surface parking lots. So this request includes the demolition of 4 existing buildings, or the demolition of existing buildings to facilitate construction of 4 surface parking lots. 2 of the lots will be constructed immediately, and they are, Corewell Health is asking that a phased approach be allowed for 2 of the other lots. So there would be an interim use of green space. As green space. So the demolition without redevelopment or as green space, as well as the construction of surface parking lots in the city center zone district does require special land use approval. I I think this aerial photo nicely shows part of what Corewell Health is doing. On April 8th of 2021, Spectrum Health, Corewell Health's predecessor name, received special land use approval for a freestanding 8-level parking structure and a freestanding parking lot at 706 Bond. And that was intended to support future office use at their proposed Center for Health Transformation and Innovation. I think they're now calling it Corewell Health Place, located on Monroe North between Newberry and Trowbridge. So that parking garage was approved for about 420 parking spaces, and then the associated surface parking lot, 100 to 150 parking spaces. So as you can see, those are under construction right now. The applicant's request is part of this overall North Monroe campus plan. I'll leave it to the applicant to explain what that really means. But the new parking lots under consideration today are intended to provide parking for employees of this redevelopment and development. Future residential developments that are part of their plan, you'll see it on the plan, are expected to eliminate some existing parking lots, and they're proposing these new lots to replace that. The approach here is to facilitate building demolition and parking lot construction on the multiple sites at one time. So under consideration are let's see, there are 5 parcels, 648 Bond, former auto dye facility. This is proposed a parking lot. This is a parking lot to replace spaces lost. You know what? I'll let the applicant explain all that. So anyway, this building's proposed for demolition. The former Grand Rapids Radiator Hospital. I think this was Pristine Glass. This was Eastern Kill, which recently vacated this building, and 7-Eleven Ionia. So at this time, we have just conceptual layouts, and if approved, the projects will require LUDS permits, and they will need to meet all of our zoning requirements and engineering requirements. So this is the existing conditions. We have existing buildings on 700 Ottawa and 711 Ottawa. We have a parking lot on 648 Ottawa and 649 Ionia. Actually, I don't know why I said that, but that we do have that, but that's not one of the parcels under consideration. The others under consideration are 637 and 647 Ottawa and 648 Bond. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the 4 under consideration. The 2 at Fairbanks, well, actually, one at 711 Ionia and 700 Ottawa. Those are the 2 lots that would have the interim green space use. Those border Ottawa and then Division next to that. So that's the interim. And then on 647 and 637 Ottawa, a new parking lot would be created, 37 parking spaces, 648 Bond, 122 parking spaces. This is the final build out. The Ottawa and Bond lots would stay, and then with that second phase, the 711 Ionia and 700 Ottawa lots would be constructed. So as part of this Corewell Health's plan in this area, they have submitted a parking demand study, and the parking demand study estimates the total parking demand for the Monroe North project to be 968 spaces at full build-out. This does not include any of these housing developments. It's really the Spectrum employees. So 963 spaces are needed. At completion of Phase 1, 989 parking spaces will be provided, and upon completion of Phase 2, 994. So the proposed number of spaces is generally in the ballpark of what they anticipate the parking demand to be. I do want to mention, though, that the City Center Zone District does not have a parking requirement, okay? We do not require any of the parking that they are proposing. This is parking that they desire. If you do provide parking where no parking is required, we do have a parking maximum, and that's 1 space per 1,000 square feet of floor area. 315 parking spaces would be the maximum that would be allowed. So that's one of the reasons why they needed to provide that parking demand study. And I'll let them talk about that study in detail and how, why it is they need that parking. So I did this morning receive a letter from the Monroe North Business Association supporting, I guess, I don't know that that letter spoke specifically to these parking lots, but generally supporting the campus master plan, which would include these parking lots. We've also received almost 60 letters of opposition to the new surface lots. And we did include those in the packet. So in sum, we're looking at special land use approval for the demolition of existing buildings for the construction of new surface parking lots. The Planning Commission may wish to consider the possibility that anticipated buildings that the proposed parking lots are supposed to support may not be fully constructed. The Planning Commission should consider the extent of the need for parking and how the parking could be feasibly addressed through other means. How the parking addresses the goals of the master plan, the GR Forward plan, and the zoning ordinance. And finally, the phasing plan for 2 of the proposed lots as interim green space. And, it is possible that plans could change and we might not see something constructed there. I should also mention, we also do want to consider neighborhood concerns. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Ms. Turkelson is probably better suited to talk about this area as a whole than I am, and I think Corewell Health representatives can talk about their plan.
All right, thank you. Questions for Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, on Bond Street and Trowbridge, what would be the southwest corner, MSU, that's parking. Is that parking for MSU then? They're building on Michigan? Or is that a site that they're going to be building on?
Do you mean the 6?
This one here?
544?
Yes, the 516,
Yeah.
544.
It's currently parking. I'd be surprised if there weren't future redevelopment plans, but there's nothing currently under consideration.
And then my second question, are the sites that are proposed to be parking going to be available to the public or just to Corewell Health?
I understand that they are intended to serve Corewell Health's employees, but I'll let them talk about all that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Would it be possible to clarify, so in doing some research around this project, obviously, it's a very large project, there's a lot of surface parking proposed. Can we clarify how 5.10.04 applies in this situation? That it seems to be what the demand study is surrounding. And my understanding is that the demands, or D is talking about maximum parking as it relates to required parking. But in this instance, there is no required parking, which is why F, in my mind, exists to set a maximum. And there is no, under F, there is no means to increase that maximum. So I'm curious about how, if D applies, and how that works in this environment.
So I would suggest that the intent was that it apply in that we do not have parking minimums. We do have parking maximums, and in the city center zone district, it's explained below the table. The parking demand study, perhaps the order of the ordinance is not perfect, but the intent was that if you're going to exceed the maximum permitted beyond that 20%, then there needs to be some evidence, some information provided to the Planning Commission through this parking demand study that helps inform the Planning Commission arrive at a conclusion as to whether or not it's appropriate to go above that maximum. Does that help?
I think so. I'm still a little confused, so one more question related to that. So what we're saying is that the language in F that says it shall not exceed a certain amount then goes back to D and gets to be exceeded by 20%, or gets to be exceeded by even more than that with a parking study. Is that correct?
I'm scrolling to get to the language that you're talking about. So in Part D, it says no parking shall exceed the maximum unless approved by the Planning Commission and based on a parking demand study.
Correct, but my point is that F says it shall not exceed without any of that distinction. So then what you're saying is that once you get to the maximum in F, you're then allowed to increase it by 20% because of D, which seems, I mean, the language is
Yeah,
troubling for me.
Okay, I think it's
I was
the
just asking for
order.
clarification. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't need to go any further.
Nope. I think it's the order of how we added Part F as a result of the recommendations of GR Forward, which was to eliminate the parking allowances. So perhaps there was an error in judgment of adding it to the end of the section, but the intent of that was to give an allowance that if you're going to, so no parking minimums, which is the table. If you're going to have a parking allowance for the city center zone district, then it's the parking maximum, which is F. And then you're right, it does go back up to D to say if you exceed the maximum, then it triggers 20% rule / accompanied by a parking demand study. So I think it's a good catch that the order is certainly not helping with that clarity, but that is the construction of the ordinance.
Elizabeth, the professional buildings that the parking would support, what are the hours of operation for what's going on here?
I'll, if you don't mind, I'll have
Great.
the applicant
Thank you.
discuss all that.
All right, if there are no other questions for staff, I'll invite the applicant up and they can fill us in on additional details.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioner and Chair, and good afternoon to the rest of the commission members. I'm Alan Cranzo, and I'm the Senior Director of Real Estate and Property Management for Corewell Health. And some of you are familiar with this project and may have been part of this group back in 2020. I want to just quickly recap the progress that we've made on this project to date.
Would you like me to put up your PowerPoint?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, just a moment. There
Okay, thank you. Is that the pointer or just the mouse?
Yeah, you can do
Great.
that.
Okay. All right, as I noted, some of you are quite familiar with this project, but I thought we would provide, first of all, how this project is currently progressing, so that you have full context in how this fits within our overall master plan for Monroe North. So about 18 months ago, we were in front of this planning commission and we received approval to create Corwell Health Place in the North Monroe area. And previously, you may have heard that we referred to this development as the Center for Transformation and Innovation. And since that was approved 18 months ago, as a healthcare system, we've changed. We're now called Corwell Health. And that's an important fact to note. We're a new healthcare system for the state, providing healthcare for communities across the state. So I just thought I'd make that reference. And just for clarity, you know, Corwell Health Place is a new 8-story tower connected to a renovated Brassworks building. It includes 2 parking decks, a surface parking lot that will replace displaced parking. One thing that you should note is at this point, I'll make mention that we were required during that original approval to complete a traffic study and a parking study. And at that time, I understand that that parking count and plan was approved at that point in time as well. And later in the presentation, we'll demonstrate through an analysis that clearly outlines that we're not really planning to incrementally add any additional parking to the Monroe North area. The new Corwell Health Place will be the home of approximately 1,500 team members. It will feature also a meeting space that up to 500 people can gather for education and training. And just keep in mind, these are team members that previously were at other buildings across Grand Rapids, and now that we're a healthcare system for Michigan, by Michigan, we anticipate people traveling to this community and to Grand Rapids from other areas of the state and spend time here at Corwell Health Place. I just want to talk briefly about our goals and our objectives and why we made a decision to develop Corwell Health Place in the Monroe North area. I'm not going to read every bullet, but I do want to emphasize a few. I think the biggest thing of all is, you know, we see the downtown area as vital to our growth as a healthcare system, vital in connecting Corwell Health to the community, and vital in connecting our people who work in close proximity to the medical center, and also with people who are in support positions that will be at Corwell Health Place. I think also to note, being downtown also allows us to be close to other educational opportunities and other bioscience and research that's happening on the Medical Mile. And it'll allow for our employees and team members to help strengthen the economic vitality of our city. So that was a really important aspect for us and why we've made a significant investment in the Monroe North area. So I just want to spend a few minutes with you. This is something from back in 2021 that we brought forward. So in early 2020, we actually started assembling and we acquired approximately 10 acres of contiguous property for the development of our Corwell Health Place campus. And this campus is a campus within an urban core. And so it's strategically placed here, as I noted earlier, in close proximity to our medical center and the Medical Mile. And really importantly, close to our downtown Grand Rapids area. And we're excited to be here. This site plan reflects our initial phase, so we call this phase 1. And today, we're here to share with you our vision and our strategy for the next phase in our project. So the new Corwell Health Place does allow us to realign our team members. And it was noted back in 21 that it is our intent, and we've been executing to this now, that we're bringing 26 different buildings, people from 26 different buildings across the greater Grand Rapids area to downtown Grand Rapids and Monroe North. Access to the campus will be from the east on Fairbanks. So our team members will use various ways to get to the site, but our main entrance will be off of the Fairbanks site. Just want to share with you a little bit of the results and where we are and the progress that we've made. We just recently opened Brass Works. Again, this is a building that is modernized, and it was built to support a flexible workplace. So even before COVID, we were anticipating that we would have a hybrid workforce that would come to the site on any given day. And you can see the results of some of the renovations and work. You can see that we've created a modern, light-filled environment that will foster creativity and innovation. We're also excited about our close proximity to downtown trails, walkways, restaurants, and more. And I know the city has a number of plans in place to continue to make investments and continually change the transformation of that neighborhood. Please note the picture on the right, one thing that we do embrace, and that's alternate modes of transportation. And so we've put a bike room in there, and they can actually repair their bike. And so we want to make sure that we're embracing that. And we know that our team members are all not going to just travel to the site in vehicles, and we certainly embrace that and encourage that. A question earlier was, what is our typical hours of operation? And we are typically open from 7 a.m. until likely 6 at night. But because we're a healthcare system with physicians, and typically they're practicing during the day, it's not uncommon that we will will be in the building on evenings as well. So just a little bit about in context in terms of our master plan. I'm sharing you what we consider the next initial phase in the project. It was noted earlier that it is our intent to demolish 2 buildings in the northwest portion of this plan, 711 Ionia and 700 Ottawa, and it is our intent to convert that to green space. The question is it open to the public? We do not intend to fence off that area, so it will be a nice green space. Certainly, people can walk through that space with not an issue, but it's not an area that we intend to self-contain and control. I think a really important aspect that I want to share here is that you can see where we are proposing a Corewell Health resident and fellow housing project. And you'll see that on that section, and that's really what's driving the need to provide displaced parking and stay within the context of our parking capacity. So as we continue to execute on our original plan, and we have continued to demonstrate that, we're now moving into our next phase of our development. And we're seeking your approval for a special land use approval that will allow us to expedite demolition of existing unused and blighted buildings. And the biggest thing right now is what we've learned on our existing project. It's really important to avoid rising construction costs and do things in sequence so that we can help prepare sites for future development. So it is our intent to prepare for that new resident and fellow housing project, and we're in early stages of that. So the intent here would be to demolish a few buildings with the intent of replacing displaced parking in anticipation of that new project. And that new project, just for clarity, included in this phase is the construction of housing. And this will be dedicated for Corewell Health medical residents and fellows to support our graduate medical education program. We currently have about 415 members in that program. And we know that new development will not be able to support all those residents and fellows, but certainly it will give them a great location in close proximity to our healthcare center, because there is a need for them to be conveniently located close to our medical mile and our medical center. So we hope this development will continue to revive the Monroe North area, and the increase in people traffic coming into this campus, we believe will benefit the downtown business district and provide new opportunities for businesses to establish themselves in this area. Before I make my final closing comment, I'm going to ask John Casterly from Netterveld, our civil engineer, to maybe spend a few more minutes really describing our phased plan and how we do not intend to bring additional parking capacity to this area, but truly it's our intent to be very conscious of how we're adding parking. It's very expensive to build a parking ramp space, $35,000 to $40,000 per spot. So we are obviously very conscious of not creating excess parking, and certainly we don't want our parking to be pushed into the neighborhood, which may impact others who are just generally trying to get to that area. So I'm going to have John speak to that for a minute.
Hi, John Casterly, civil engineer with Netterveld. So there was several of these parking charts provided in our submittal, and we picked out two of these to hopefully clarify kind of where we stand now and what the end result would be after completion of the two residential housing developments. So April 2021 approved plan, we aggregated all the resulting surface parking and ramp parking spaces, and we have a total of 994 parking spaces, and that is close to in line with what the parking study that was approved for the special land use at that time. We do have a little bit more. They may, once we get into construction, those numbers probably going to go down a little bit with the new lots. So once we go through, construct our first two lots, develop the fellow resident housing development, which would displace, I believe it's 166 parking spaces. And then we would have another residential development on that 706 Bond lot that would also displace parking, which would then be recreated on the 711 and 711 Ionia and 700 Ottawa lots. So the net result is, at the end of the project, we'd have 994 parking spaces dedicated for Corwell Place and Brassworks employees. So the two residential developments would have self-contained parking appropriate to the number of units in those developments. So we really want to emphasize what we were approved in 2021. We are not adding any new parking capacity in the end result. Physically new lots, but they're going to be taking up displaced parking.
Before in closing, I just want to emphasize too, and I don't know if the mouse will actually work, but I just want to just emphasize too that currently we are parking up until a few weeks ago where we were actually parking inside of this building here. And it's outlined in your notes here in terms of the 648 Bond Garage. So as that building gets demolished, our intent then is to replace that with surface parking. It's very costly to try to manage that building and that inside parking. So I just want to provide that clarity. So I'm going to, if I can work through previous. Again, just in closing, and then I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. We really want to emphasize that we have been very consistent with our original plans that you saw and approved a few years ago. And as we continue to move forward, it is our expectation to be consistent with this site concept plan. And again, our first phase in this whole process really is to, right now, we're in the midst of funding for the resident and fellow housing project, and we really want to be very prepared and ready to execute on that project.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, questions at this time?
Yeah, so on this slide, I'm glad you went back to it. It says future projects will provide self-contained parking. What future projects are you talking about? The residential, like then the second phase is here?
Yes, so just for clarity, thank you for asking that question. So as we design our concept design of the resident fellow housing project, we are going to include self-contained parking within that building. So if there's, let's say, 150 spots, and we anticipate that we might need 100 because maybe some of our employees are walkable, that project is not going to push a parking problem on another area. So I'm not going to be in front of you again asking for more parking. We're going to create the appropriate capacity within that building to address the parking. That same thing holds true if I go to the next phase when we're in the midst of talking with developers right now, and one of the requirement of residential housing, that project must provide self-contained parking and a solution, because we're not going to yet create another lot or another displacement of that. So just for clarity.
Okay, thank you.
I have two questions, and they're somewhat related. So the 960, I think it was, net parking places, that is to support what you see eventually being 1,500 employees there. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What are you seeing in terms of, what we're seeing is a lot of office space, as you alluded to, coming on the market because more and more employees are working from home or got used to working from home. How does that affect this plan? How many of your employees actually come to the workplace, or percentage?
So traditionally, we found that in most part, each worker had their own designated workspace. That directly translated to a direct need for parking.
Right.
And what we're finding is that as we move to a hybrid workplace, where our team members are coming to the site only so many days a week, that flexibility requires a flexible parking strategy. And with that, we're more engaged with our employees. And so if we know we have a day in which we're going to have an event where we're going to have the 500 event center room full, we're in a situation right now where our employees are capable of working remote, and we can sort of ebb and flow and manage that capacity so that we're not putting a strain on the neighborhood where we're over capacity. Quite frankly, our concern isn't having too much capacity because how much it costs for you to build it. Our concern would be to manage that demand so that we can stay within the guardrails of our capacity. And we now have the technology to do it, which is really helpful. So we'll be able to monitor our hourly and daily parking demand, or our parking count, and we'll be able to adjust that accordingly and keep a really good handle on our parking capacity against our demand. And again, as we evolve and learn more about, and we're all learning how hybrid works these days, we don't want excess parking. We want appropriate parking to support Corwell Health Place. And we'll adjust our development accordingly in the future, and we've demonstrated that in the past, and we'll continue to demonstrate that going forward. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I have one more question. So in your presentation, you also mentioned that you encourage folks to use other modes of transportation. You provide inside bicycle parking and even repair. I guess I'm just curious about how you think providing this amount of parking encourages the use of those other modes.
It really does come down to choice. We certainly want to make sure, and again, we do emphasize carpooling. People, obviously, on days where they can truly ride their bike, we do encourage that. So I would say carpooling, alternate modes of transportation, and then quite frankly, having a flexible parking strategy where not all members need to be there at the same time is really sort of our approach. But I think carpooling and things of that nature is something that we encourage. We also don't want, and this is an important factor, we may have people that work here who also work at the medical center. And this is where we're really encouraged by some of the things that the city is doing in the way of switchback and making it safe for people to navigate to downtown or navigate to the medical center. The worst thing we want them to do is go to their car, hop in their car, drive up to the medical center and drive back. So we're also looking for ways to better manage that so that we're not putting so many cars on the roads. I think that's another important aspect as well.
Would I be able to add to that comment here? So the 994 parking spaces provided are 75% of the employees anticipated at the facility, plus a 500 event center. So if everybody showed up at once, we'd have 50% of the parking available per employee. So it is a large number, but there's a large capacity at these two buildings. So it's usually dealing with 50, 100 parking spaces. So 1,000 feels like a lot, but there's 1,500 employees here plus that event center. So
I hear you. And you said that you now have the technology and flexibility to manage that so that not everybody is showing up when you have a 500-person event.
right, so
I have a couple questions about these blighted and unusable buildings. In what way have they been deemed unusable?
So the one location that you see on the map, 750 Ottawa, is a building that is a condemnable building that we intend to take down. So we want to make sure that we're maintaining the community in which they're safe. I'm not going to go into every single building, but this is a really good question. I'm glad you asked. So 711 Ionia is an old welding metal building. And when you think about us as a healthcare system, we believe that that piece of property in that location, there are much better uses for that. We know the community has a significant need for additional residential housing, and so we think that it makes a lot of sense to repurpose that building as an example as we transform, the neighborhood from a historical industrial area to an area that's really vibrant that can drive economic development for the city. So I'll use that one as an example.
And then I'm assuming you've already gone through this, but as far as the environmental impact of some of these the historical nature of these operations, has that all been addressed?
It has.
For concerns?
It has, and so as we've been speaking to our demolition expert, obviously we have some environmental concerns that we need to address to maintain those as a safe place. And so that is part of our plan, and partnering with the city and the Planning Commission to make sure that we follow that, and working with the Eagle and others to make sure that we're maintaining those as safe environments.
Okay, thank you.
Is your event center open to the public for reservation or only for use for Corewell?
It has not yet opened. So this last month, we've learned a lot just opening Brassworks. I think that we first want to understand our own needs. and make sure that we're clear on what that looks like. So initially, the answer is no, because we do anticipate that being used a lot for our own healthcare system.
And then could you describe a little bit about why maybe the parking after, say, 6 o'clock during your peak time might not be open to the public, for example?
We have not yet made a decision on our long-term strategy about how those parking ramps will be used long-term. I think that is something that we're going to want to continue to evaluate and see how that fits within the needs of the neighborhood. But initially, we want to really get our head around our existing parking demand and what our needs are and the hours of operation. And I think that's something that we'll continue to evaluate.
It sounds like the 994 spaces or thereabouts are really important to this particular development. Can you please explain why you've chosen to develop the remaining 300 spaces or so as surface parking lots instead of another structure that's closer to the development?
I'll start answering, and then I'll look to my expert here to maybe add commentary. But I alluded to it earlier, the cost to build a ramp has gone up 30% over the last couple of years. And so we're providing a recommendation for surface parking to allow for flexibility. So think about that initial capital investment to build those parking ramps or parking decks versus surface parking. I think that if we make a decision to do something more meaningful in the way of development, we have that flexibility. So maybe there's a need for not just one residential house, maybe there's a need for more. From a sunk cost perspective to meet the needs of our existing parking, then that's an easier decision. We certainly want flexibility where not all of our parking is invested in parking decks. And so that just seems to make a lot of sense if we need to move in a different direction in the future.
And then I'm curious about your application states in your descriptions about fostering the economy somewhere along the way that this project specifically as it relates to demolition of buildings and the creation of surface parking lots or green space will be increasing land values. Can you please explain that to me? By looking at SEVs on properties like before building demolition and after it was turned into a parking lot, it looks like previous properties are only valued at about 10% of what they were as a building. So I'm curious about how property values are going to increase as part of the building demolition.
So can you elaborate on that question, because I'm not sure I understand your question.
So your application stated that this project where we're demolishing, I think, 5 buildings and creating 2 new surface parking lots and 2 green spaces will increase land values.
Okay.
And I'm curious about how those specifically do that.
I think we're looking at this as a long-term development plan. So this is intended to pave the way for long-term development. And so we're thinking about the addition of the resident and fellow housing project, any additional residential. And so maybe if you look at that as each incremental project, that may not be the case, but obviously I'm looking at it as a long-term development plan. And that's, I think, what that is trying to say.
Alan, can you tell me when does 649 Ionia, 648 Ottawa, when does that parking lot come offline? Does that come offline upon the completion of the new surface parking lots, or does it go offline when the fellow housing becomes a project that's submitted for permits?
So we can't see it on the map, but the 2 parking lots that you're talking about.
I don't know if I can, oops, let's
Sure.
see. Previous.
Whoops. Next.
We're both doing it.
I'll try it.
I think it's the phase one, if you will, or maybe it's even the current state.
Okay. So 649 Ionia and 648 Ottawa,
Yeah, where you're showing it right now.
that lot will come offline when we build the resident and fellow housing. And to that point, we're ready to execute on that as soon as we receive appropriate funding. And we believe that's in the near future.
Okay.
So we already have the development plans. We have not yet submitted those because we want to make sure that we have appropriate funding before we actually submit that to the Planning Commission for approval.
So that would be 166 spaces in addition.
Mhm.
So would you be comfortable if the Planning Commission was inclined to support this approval? Would you be comfortable with a condition of approval that that lot be come offline upon, within 1 year upon the completion or upon the completion of the other park? I'm just, I think we all hope and plan for these fellowship, what are they called? I'm sorry, the
Resident and fellow housing.
Thank you. That's of course the goal that we're all looking for, but zoning is not kind in terms of temporary uses, so what if it doesn't? Or what if it takes longer than you anticipate? I guess, are there certainties that you would be comfortable with being applied here to make sure that we don't have an additional 166 spaces?
I think that's directly related to 648 Bond. So 648 Bond, which is a building that we intend to demolish, up until a couple weeks ago, it was an active location for parking. So I think it would actually cause concern for having enough capacity if we were to take 649 and 648 offline. It would be our recommendation because, it's an old auto dye building. It's highly inefficient in terms of how it's parked. Just know that by 648 Bond Garage coming down and creating a more efficient service lot, we would have to factor that 117 into that number. Okay?
Any other questions at this time? All right, thanks. I'll have you take a seat. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case on Bond, Ottawa, and Ionia, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken Miguel Cipriano. I'm speaking on this. After hearing the presentation, I'd like to request a delay in the decision for this case. If we look at the special land uses and review the neighborhood effects, I think it would serve Corewell Health to have a bit more time in reviewing the neighborhood effects regarding compatible and harmonious and appropriate existing planned character and uses of the neighborhood, potentially adverse effects arising from the proposed use, the proposed use being detrimental or hazardous or disturbing to existing or future adjacent uses or to the public welfare, the proposed use not being adversely effective to walkability of the neighborhood. With a little bit of research, I understand that Monroe North Business Association was the only body that was engaged to this. And so we're missing out DGRI, DDA, the Downtown Neighborhood Network as confirmed was not engaged with this. So a delay would allow time for Corewell Health to go back and do that due diligence. With that, I think that that would be most helpful. I hadn't heard talk about a good neighbor plan. I could be wrong if this case requires that, but I had not heard of that. In concern with the supporting letter from Monroe North Business Association, I would want to emphasize that that is a business association and that's not resident focused as well. Again, not requesting a denial necessarily, but requesting a delay in this so that allows Corewell Health to go back and engage with these community partners as well. I would request, I'd emphasize it again, request and delay a decision as to avoid an appeal process. It's like $1,600 that we would then, as residents, I believe, many of the people that wrote in the letters would band together to pay that amount, but it would be helpful if we didn't have to pay that $1,600 appeal fee if this was approved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else on this case? Come on up. Feel free to queue up too, just in the interest of time.
Hi, my name is Christina Colby, and I hate public speaking, so I'm sorry if I have a shaky voice. I'm a resident of Ward 2. I'm also the executive director of Neighbors of Belknap Lookout, or NOBLE. As you may have noticed in your packet, there was no letter of support or against this project from NOBLE. That's because the developer did not reach out to us for communication, as far as I know. I will admit that I'm new in my role, but all my board members said there was no outreach. We would love to talk to Corwell. You know, as Grand Rapids continues to grow, it's essential that developers engage with their residents. We want developments that are considerate of and supported by the community. And when we think about the growth that we want for the city of Grand Rapids, the Monroe North Business District, and the Belknap Lookout neighborhood, we want vibrant and walkable and connected and livable. And do you think that surface level parking lots provide that? Because I don't. The footprint that Corwell Health has here is very large. Don't you think that we can do more with this land that's beneficial to the community at large and not just Corwell? Because I do. I would suggest and request to table this discussion until Corwell conducts some adequate community engagement with residents and other stakeholders, like Ken just suggested, like DGRI specifically, so that we can collaborate and we can accomplish outcomes that align with the future that we all want for the city of Grand Rapids and not just Corwell. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Andrew. I'm the Outreach Director with Strong Towns Grand Rapids here, and I will be speaking on behalf of our organization and our members. The development is a positive thing for the city of Grand Rapids. We understand that there is a parking need, but this is excessive in parking need. Moving with GR forward, it goes against it. It's bad land use. Parking lots, as Mr. Brian Swan brought up, sorry, I get nervous public speaking, brought up is that parking lots are not valuable land use. They tend to decrease value, which is what we're finding here. Surface lots, again, do not move forward the GR Forward plan, the Michigan Street Corridor plan, the Monroe North plan, and it fails to provide multimodal transit within the Grand Rapids area. Parking lots do not fit vital streets, safe streets, and as we've seen, increased car traffic kills more pedestrians. There are also another 20,000 parking spaces within walking distance. Their parking study fails to meet everything on the other side of the freeway. So the Government Center ramp, Perigo ramp, DeVos Hall. 3 massive ramps to Grand Rapids. Again, parking study failed everything on the opposite side of the freeway, all within walking distance. It's a 5-minute walk. We can walk. And the North Monroe, or the Monroe North Business Association, is not representative of the residents of Grand Rapids. It is the only association that reached out to. They didn't reach out to any of the other neighboring associations. Therefore, they failed to meet residents' demands and engage with residents in a meaningful way. That's it. Thank you.
Andrew, can you come back and give your last name for the record for our note taker, please?
Carley, C-A-R-L-E-Y.
Hello, my name is Laura Sessa. I live in Ward 2 of Grand Rapids. And just as a personal note, I do not have a car. I enjoy biking down Monroe Avenue. And this is particularly because of its low traffic volume makes me feel safer. And I believe that adding additional surface parking to this development would be detrimental to the bikeability and walkability of this neighborhood. My opposition to the construction of these surface parking lots has been well documented in my own letter that I sent, and also in the almost 60 letters from community members that you also received. This development is clearly not in line with the city's own stated and published plans for the Monroe North neighborhood, and in my opinion, I don't think that this should be approved. I welcome Corewell Health's investment in the area that they've mentioned and their proposal to build housing for their residents and other developments that do align with the GR Forward plan. I also understand that this necessarily would bring more people to the neighborhood, which is a good thing, both for work and living. But the construction of surface parking lots in particular is not the appropriate measure in response to increased traffic. And I understand that this is outside the realm of the Planning Commission, but I might suggest to Corewell Health that rather than investing in surface parking lots, they might rather invest in public transportation and alternative modes of mobility in the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janelle Rye. I oppose this plan because it does not help our city move towards balanced transportation. Balanced mobility is a long-term goal. Countless people in Grand Rapids have worked towards making balanced transportation a reality. I'm here to support and advocate for their meaningful work and dedication. I want to help this goal of balanced mobility become a reality. We cannot dismiss the Bicycle Action Plan of 2019, the South Division Corridor Plan of 2019, the Vital Streets Plan of 2016, the GR Forward Downtown and River Action Plan of 2015, the Michigan Street Forward Plan of 2015, the Monroe North Area Specific Plan of 2007, the City of Grand Rapids Master Plan of 2002, the Northeast Beltline Joint Development Plan of 1998, and many more. It's not just Corewell Health who is invested in Grand Rapids. Everyone involved in these studies and plans took great care and thought to discern how investments in our city could improve it. These aforementioned plans spanned 25 years. Parking induces demand. This plan will flood downtown with car traffic and exacerbate congestion. It's not safe to walk or bicycle or roll in a wheelchair in a downtown filled with cars. It's not safe to drive in a car in heavy congestion either. Jane Jacobs has reminded us that it's not safe to take eyes off the street, replacing shops and restaurants with the emptiness a parking lot brings. I oppose excessive parking, especially within a downtown area. Moreover, if you want to attract and retain talent, please show initiative to achieve balanced transportation. Young people want protected bicycle infrastructure like the Netherlands. We want passenger rail like Switzerland. And we want walkable, transit-oriented development like Freiburg, Germany. We are tired of consistent opposition to transportation options other than personal cars. The number of students studying abroad has grown steadily over the last 25 years, and half of these trips were to Europe. We've seen the good infrastructure we are missing. So we want policymakers to create as good of an environment here. So commissioners, we need to stick to long-term goals of balanced transportation set forth in many, many studies and master plans developed in Grand Rapids over the last 25 years. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexa Rustman, and I'm a resident of Ward 2. As Corewell Health and the City of Grand Rapids look to recruit the next generation of talent, Gen Z talent, you must know that they want vibrant, dense, and walkable urban areas. You are competing to attract grads who are also considering Boston, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and other healthcare hubs that have far better public transit and non-motorized infrastructure. Corewell Health has the means, national recognition, and opportunity to lead positive change for our city, making Grand Rapids a top choice city for potential hires. Surface parking lots will not make this campus competitive. I urge you to consider the young people who dream of working in healthcare and want to do it in a livable, walkable city that they're dreaming of. Thank you.
morning, if it still is. My name is Hugh Williams. I live in the immediate neighborhood. First, I want to thank all of you for the work that you do. There are municipalities that struggle with transparency. I'm having the same nervousness the others did. We appreciate the work that you all do. I'm not objecting to how they run their business. My issue is in what manner, looking for you. So I have questions. Perhaps you have them, maybe they have. How many parking spaces were at the 26 previous locations? How many at this one? We know the answer. Are we really expecting that the current new neighborhood is going to absorb all that parking? Will that increase contesting for the spaces on the street? What happens when everybody shows up on the same day for work? What's the plan? I know the other people are objecting to parking. I'm thinking vertical. But if you look at the existing one they have, architecturally, it's ugly. So I can see the resistance. But their objection is based on cost per parking deck space. They've addressed, the other speakers have addressed other social prices, not money. I would urge you to think about those. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else for this case? It's the last chance. All right, then I'll close the public hearing and give you an opportunity to respond to things that were raised.
Yeah, first of all, I want to go back to Ms. Turkelson's question earlier, and I want to provide more clarity. Again, because we have the technology and capability to manage and monitor parking, you asked a question whether we would consider or what it would mean if we were to build parking where 648 Bond, 647, in that whole section where we are parking or were parking just recently. We would not be opposed to, using data and analytics, because certainly we want to be responsible and provide adequate parking for our employees and people who visit our campus. We wouldn't be opposed to taking 649 and 648 offline if it made sense. But we don't want to do that and be remiss and then push that business or that parking into the community and impact others who are there to visit, go there for lunch or dinner or whatever. So we are open to that, and I would be okay with using data and analytics to drive that decision. And then I just want to emphasize too that we do understand that we don't want to put additional surface parking in where it's not necessary. And so on the slide that is up, could we see maybe 700 and 711 Ionia being green space for a period of time until we know that's the right development? That is our intent. The only thing that would push us to put surface parking there is if a residential house project were to displace other surface parking. That would be the only reason we would do that, because we need to provide appropriate parking capacity. Does that mean that 700 Ottawa and 711 Ionia might be great locations for a new residential house? Absolutely. So I just want to bring up those 2 points of emphasis just to make sure that the commission does truly understand that we're listening. We do hear the community. We don't want to create additional parking where it's necessary. We have a really good handle on our parking demand, and that's why we're demonstrating here in the near term that we would create green space that provides walkability, and then we would be willing to consider taking that offline, but we'll use data to tell us whether that makes sense or not. Thank you.
Can you speak to some of the comments that were made about a lack of outreach to associations other than the Monroe North Business Association? I understand that this has been a long-term process for you. You've had rounds of engagement, but is it possible that maybe some of the more recent activity hasn't been brought to folks like Noble, Creston, DGRI? Curious about if they've weighed in on this or why they have not.
So related to Noble, so when we brought this plan forward previously, obviously we received support from DGRI and the DDA, and we obviously were actively engaged with Noble. I think my last conversation with Noble was maybe 3 or 6, maybe about 4 months ago. Obviously, there are some new groups that we have not connected with, but it has always been our intent to try to provide feedback and get response from the neighbors in the community so that we seek their input and then have that input help us drive the appropriate development plan. I think that's it. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions at this time? All right, then discussion.
Does
I
seem
wanna,
to me to be kind of conflicting. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It does seem to be a little bit conflicting in the sincerity of you saying that you're listening to sort of like the constituency, but then also simultaneously not bringing them into the fold of the next generation of the development plan. I would imagine that the population near or around has changed since, what was it, 2020 when this originally all started going on. So, I mean, out of respect of our community, I think that that is incumbent upon you to take that initiative. And so I'm disappointed to see that you haven't, or that you haven't maintained that communication line with relationship to the neighbors and neighboring structures. So I just felt compelled that, you know, it's not often that we get 60 letters of opposition of something, right? And so that tells me that there's a disconnect in the communication with the public. So I'm hoping that you know, future efforts of any Corewell project should assume that that is the appropriate way. And we're going to ask about that in every project. And we do ask about that in every project. So I'm hoping that you can incorporate that into your systems or processes going forward, because it is disappointing that a partner as large as Corewell within our city says they value, yet doesn't actually do the work for that. But I see Alan is busy right now, so maybe in the next project.
Couple of things. One, I appreciate the letters and those that came out and spoke, and agree with their wanting to move us forward, to have a walkable city, a bikeable city, and all of those kinds of vibrant things. I see in this plan not surface parking lots, and I'm wearing my old economic development hat. A surface parking lot in downtown is a development waiting to happen. And from what I see of this plan, is a plan to accumulate land so that Corewell Health can make this campus downtown, instead of what in many cases would be moving to the suburbs where they could build all the surface parking they wanted at much less expensive cost. I see also, in my many years of working in the North Development area in economic development, a transition of a neighborhood that was industrial, was not pretty to look at, was not necessarily walkable or safe, or have a beautiful park along its waterfront. I see a plan that is updating for the jobs of our next generation of workers as we see our industrial jobs decline. And I think this is, in my opinion, a transition that will also meet the needs of folks that I hope it will, of folks that came forward. Our downtown is quite walkable, entertaining. Our waterfront projects are exciting, and I think this project will add to that growth in a way where they bring jobs, science, medical things together in our city and not out in the middle of nowhere. Thank you.
So I guess I completely agree and support the overall development and the investment that Corewell is making in this neighborhood in terms of the buildings they're building and the jobs they're assembling here. But I think that based on the testimony, the company values related to flexibility and technology and encouraging the use of other modes of transportation contradicts this request. So, and we've heard from them that the residential developments that they are proposing will contain their own parking. So that display, this request is extreme when the development hasn't even happened. It seems like we're preemptively making an assumption instead of seeing what will happen if we actually do encourage the use of other modes. This neighborhood has great infrastructure for bicycles. It has the dash route runs along it. So yeah, I'm not in support. I have something else to say, but I don't know what it is. Someone else can go while I figure it out.
So I'm pretty much on the same page as Laurel. I feel like when we're looking at projects like this, we need to look at the plans that were made ahead of us. I mean, this is my first time on this commission, so I want to respect decisions made by this commission and the city in the past. And so when you look at things like the Michigan Street Corridor Plan that's encouraging shared parking or shared district parking and ramps instead of surface lots to reduce the land area that's being used for parking, or the Monroe North ASP says very similar things. They also ask for things like liner buildings. Even if you have surface parking, they don't want it to be on the sidewalk. They want a dense urban experience. And along those lines, it's a little surprising to me that in 2021, the proposal did show plans for liner buildings and for aligning with GR Forward and the Michigan Street Corridor Plan and Monroe North ASP. But in this proposal, none of that exists. So these lots are just shown as brand new surface lots with no liner buildings. And it's a really difficult thing to talk about because I also really appreciate the investment that's going in this neighborhood. I know that it's really easy to worry about where the car is going to go. But my attitude is, again, like Laurel said, this development's not even done. So let it lie with the 650 spaces you have in parking ramps and let it break. I mean, I don't understand what the problem is with leaving some of this infrastructure in place and seeing what happens instead of just building 1,000 parking spaces because we think we need them.
Right. And I did remember the other thing I was going to say. To that point, when we approved the plan in '21, we had the same parking calculations in front of us and their study, and we approved more than 20% more than that maximum that would have been allowed in the parking deck alone. And so even if the development of the housing, if those spaces went away, based on the parking calculations, and I know that doesn't align with their parking study, but we approved more than 20% over the max already in that one structure, so.
Yeah, that was the point that I was going to make too. But yeah, no, you're good. I think you said it better than I can. Like many others, I appreciate the investment here. I think having 1,500 people here would be great. I think though that housing for the residents and the fellows is a great thing as well. But I think it's a parking lot. Adding more parking lots here, it's just not a good idea. It doesn't make it seem walkable. It doesn't make it seem like a living community. It's not great if you're a biker, you want to bike through here. It's not great if you want to go down to the waterfront here. It's just not great. It just, to me, it doesn't fit with the whole character and neighborhood that we want here. So.
And then if they're not active after, like if they're only there during the daytime, then at night you just have these empty parking lots that, yeah, who wants to walk by them?
Right. I mean, we appreciate the extra space for basketball courts, but again, who wants to walk past these huge parking lots at night? It just doesn't fit. Most of my jobs have been downtown, and like you had mentioned earlier, they had a parking lot that was definitely not downtown, but it was connected via the dash. So while we worked downtown, we caught the dash to work, and I'm wondering maybe if that could be a solution here, where there's parking available somewhere else that residents or employees who want to work here, they're on a hybrid schedule anyway, but those residents or employees who want to work here could take a mode of public transportation to get here. So.
I think, though, that the difference, and the dash lots are going away because we've got a soccer field coming to that. And like I said before, a surface lot, in my opinion, is not going to be a surface lot in a viable downtown when we can get this kind of employment, residential, entertainment. The difference. And when I look, the thing that's appalling to me about this map is you've got MSU owning 2 different lots. You've got Kent County owning a lot. Are they going to be building on them? We don't know that, particularly Kent County. They're using it for their employees that are across Michigan. At least with Corwell's banking this property, there is a plan for future development of that, and creating that sort of campus is going to revitalize and hopefully make those other surface parking lots, which are owned by a single person, so they're not shared with anybody, more valuable as a development site. So I see this as a progression. I don't see it as these are going to be surface parking lots forever.
But they could be if we approve this. They could be allowed to be if we approve this.
I'm just telling you from an economic development standpoint, the value of that property is going to come up to the extent. And when you think that we don't compete with the suburbs for these kinds of jobs, where they don't have to pay for, they can build a gajillion parking places at $10,000 a spot compared to $35,000 or $40,000 a spot. This is, I think, we have to put it's like, we have to put our faith in it. We have to put our faith in it. We look at what Corwell has done up on Michigan Hill and how they've managed that, and where there's parking ramps and so much investment, and that's what's driving job creation in the city, the need for more housing, et cetera, et cetera. For a healthy city to compete in that way, we have to have faith that they're not going to use it for surface parking forever. And they told us, I was appreciative of, not many times do we get an applicant in here and saying, I only need half of what is the projected parking that I need. 1,500 employees, 500 event goers. That's 2,000. I'm going to build, 1,000. Hopefully some of these will be converted to buildings and parking ramps. And I have faith that they will do that or sell the property at a better market value than it is right now for new development.
We've also seen that they have been able to use alternatives in the past, right? Like, they have had agreements with the transit system and bused their own employees from other places when buildings were under construction. And so I don't think it's unreasonable for us to ask them to investigate those options before demolishing 4 blocks of a neighborhood.
I agree with what you're saying. And as a Lions fan, ain't nobody got more faith than me. But in this particular case, Lawrence ain't got no faith. I think you put parking lots here, we keep parking lots here because that's what makes the most sense. In the other instance, in terms of bringing jobs here, we all want to bring jobs here. I don't think there's anybody who would not want to bring jobs here. I would point out the fact that it was stated in their testimony that these are job relocations, so we're not bringing 1,500 new jobs here. We are relocating existing jobs to this specific area, and I think that's great as well. And again, we also would agree that this is a progression. I think the disagreement is which way we want to go. And I don't want to progress this way. I want this neighborhood to continue to be livable, to continue to be walkable. I also want those unused buildings, those abandoned buildings, or I almost said delighted buildings, but you know the word I'm looking for. Yes, blighted, not delighted, but blighted buildings to go away, right? So that way people can feel more safe walking in this neighborhood or biking in this neighborhood. I don't think that the parking spaces is the way to do that. The overall project, though, I think it's great. Like I said, we want these 1,500 people to be relocated here. I think it's an amazing investment in the neighborhood and the community. We just don't want the parking spaces. At least that's for me. I just don't need those parking spaces. And they don't need them either. I mean, like you said, we approved more parking than they needed last time. They don't need it either. So I think it's just overuse.
Well, I just wanted to take a step back for a moment because it's important to keep in mind that these are parcel-specific requests. And so it might be worthwhile going through, is it all or nothing? And I don't know that would change what I'm hearing, but just keep in mind that you do have the ability to go support some demolition with new parking or not support demolition and approve the new use. So just keep that in mind, that this request has to be pulled apart, or can be pulled apart, I should say, if that helps.
I think I would echo the struggles of some of my other commissioners. And I understand Susan's comments. I think we can't, I don't think we're, I mean, we can show pretty pictures, propose this, propose that, where those aren't in front of us, so it's hard to make a decision based on what they might do in the future. I think for me, the hubris shown by saying they want to listen to the community but not doing any community outreach at all is the biggest issue at this point. I'm not a fan of surface parking lots. I think they go against, many of the planning principles that the city has found is working with. And I think you're right, they could be pulled apart, and it could be that one or two of these items could move forward, but I would like to at least see community engagement first in a real, actual engagement before I would consider any of that.
Someone mentioned the MSU and the Kent County properties. I think one of the challenges we face here is that we have no say in what happens there, right? So those could be surface parking lots forever. The fact that we do have some say in what happens on these other properties, I think, makes this all the more important, since we're in a district where there are already surface lots that could remain surface lots forever. personally, I've evolved over time in how I view surface lots in the downtown. I think I've come to understand what Commissioner Shannon mentioned about a surface lot as a future development. I think there's some truth to that. At the same time, you don't want that to come at the detriment of an entire district. At the same time, I'm kind of weighing the fact that a lot of these buildings are outdated, not really, they're obsolete in what they are, and so I'm trying to consider each of these parcels and what's the proposal for them. Green space on some of these as an alternative to what the buildings are now, I don't think that's inappropriate. But I guess where I come down, the GR Forward plan, the goals of DGRI, things like this, were invoked in 60 letters to us. And I think the fact that DGRI has not weighed in on this phase is telling, and I think it would be important for us to know from them, from the Noble folks, from Creston, from some of the other stakeholders, what their actual thoughts are. DGRI, as far as I know, was supportive of the brownfield developments in the past, but hasn't actually seen or had a chance to weigh in on these in a meaningful way. And so I think it would be important for them to do so. I would like to find a way for this to work because I think that, this is an institution and we can treat institutional users, we can consider the size of a development or the unique nature of what they're proposing in our decision making. This isn't just a cookie cutter decision that we're making here. And so I think it is important to contemplate the economic impact that a development like this will have. And so I would like to find a solution that works for everyone. So I guess I'm not inclined for an outright denial if we think that the applicant can maybe work with the stakeholders to find something that's more appropriate here and maybe give us a better understanding of what that phasing might look like. That's where I land, but what I'm hearing is that maybe the rest of the commission isn't in that same spot. And so I know there's a few more members that might want to weigh in, and I'm going to allow that.
I worked in this neighborhood for 20 years, up until last year. So there were railroad tracks behind the Brassworks building. 6th Street Bridge Park was not there yet. Western American Mailers was having trucks coming in and out of what is now Embassy Suites. The Tool and Die Shop was pounding away parts, producing 24 hours a day, it seemed like, with people parked everywhere, with sidewalks that had no barrier-free anything. There were it was all haphazard, obsolete buildings, vacant, and others being used for different things. So when I do a compare and contrast, I would say this plan here is a huge step forward from what that was. And there's been a lot of things that have been done in the meantime. But what we're striving for is, everything that the plans cover, which are all good. I think we have an institution that's trying to invest and build a campus, and they're trying to address the things that we care about. I think the engagement is, I agree, that's a miss, a big miss. I would add the Rapid to that list. I know from my own experience in the past, I'd like to hear more about the collaboration between Corewell Health and the Rapid on moving lots of people around our city. That would be a big one for me. But I do believe that these are phased approach. Everything about this is intermediate. And yeah, we don't know the future, but they put together plans and they're trying to work them. So I think we could have more engagement And I agree with Kyle. I wouldn't want to deny it for the lack of outright denial, but I do think there could be a way to approve it, but I think we need more.
I have just one more comment, and then I suppose I'll have said enough. I live downtown, so I'm very empathetic to wanting green space. But I look also where I have a beautiful view of downtown. I have a view of the west side, a view of an ugly expressway, which personally, if I were queen of the world, would be put underground because it's ugly. And there's better things you can do to engage these neighborhoods that are surrounding our downtown and as we're growing. And I see this big YMCA, huge parking lots with GVSU, huge dash lots that are now empty all the time because people are not, they're working from home. And thank God they're going to build a soccer arena down there, and hopefully other development will happen. So I'm not a proponent of surface parking lots to any degree, and it's the reason I live downtown, because I'd rather see buildings and entertainment and workplaces than a surface parking lot. I'll say it one last time, this is a development process to bring a lot of good jobs and housing downtown.
So I guess then I would agree with Aaron that I would not want to pick this apart lot by lot or parcel by parcel without hearing more from a robust engagement effort. So at the very least, I would propose tabling. I'm happy to make that motion if you want, or if everyone agrees.
I'm going to let you weigh in, but if you could do it briefly, that would be amazing.
It will be brief, and I've been taking a ton of notes, and I do appreciate the feedback. We certainly are not interested in building surface parking lots, and that's why this plan demonstrates green space, for example, in the area where 711 Ionia and 700 Ottawa is today. We certainly want a phased development plan. We've demonstrated that we have made significant investment in this area because that's where we want to be. We want to be in close proximity to the medical center and to the medical mile in downtown. And so it is not that plan. I also heard a comment about liner buildings. And, you know, with residential housing, we want flexibility in this development plan to create it. And you'll see, and we missed an opportunity to show that, but there's a reason why we set this parking deck, for example, back, because actually we have concepts that show that we could have liner buildings that go all along Ottawa to the west side of Ottawa, and we can actually create liner buildings on the south side of Newbury to continue to drive economic development in this area. I think, too, on the next slide, we may have missed an opportunity just to be a little more specific on parking, and that is we're not intending to bring more online. So, for example, and Ms. Turkelson brought this up, you know, could 648 Bond and 647 Ottawa be green space initially? I think it could, as long as the lot currently where we're showing the proposed housing, it could be done in a way that we can phase this accordingly. But our parking demand study, based on data and analytics by our experts, clearly demonstrates what we anticipate our parking demand to be based on a hybrid workplace strategy with a large event center. So I just want to let you know that you've been heard, and I have taken copious notes, and I do appreciate it. But I just want to emphasize that we've tried to create flexibility in the plan, and it is our overall intent not to overbuild. We also created walkability by creating a portion of bond that is vacated, because we truly do support a walkable campus. Final comment, on a weekly basis, we're having to deal with graffiti, garbage being dumped in alleys adjacent to these blighted buildings. And we do have a desire to clean this neighborhood up. And I would just urge you, as we get into the winter months, I believe there's a huge benefit for us to do something and get these buildings demolished, and at minimum, get green space in place and start that movement toward that continued development of the neighborhood. I think that would really mean a lot as we can consider the continued development of this neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Commissioners, how do we feel about tabling this? And if we are inclined to do so, we need to be really specific about what our expectations are.
Yeah, I would want to know, what are those expectations? Are they that they don't build parking, or is it that they engage with the community? And that we don't go through this again where we have a lot. I mean, I'm ready to vote for it, as I think you know, but.
Yeah, I think that we want to see more engagement with the stakeholders and community, with DGRI, the Chamber, the Rapid, Noble, and I think we want a better understanding of what a potential phased approach could be related to what Kristen said in terms of parking lots coming online based on others going down. And but yeah, I think clearly they need to engage with the neighborhood more based on the number of letters of opposition we received. That would be part of what I would expect from a table.
Yep, I would echo that. I would also, and this is just education for myself, maybe for Kristen and staff, how do we look at a larger development like this that has phases that aren't in front of us actually, but we know are likely going to be coming? How do we handle that? And how does, right, we keep talking about these buildings being blighted, but the reality was, and I believe this is true, I don't know it, most of them were fully occupied and operational before Corewell bought them. So whether they were pretty or not is another story, but at least, right, they were not just sitting there vacant. So now, and I understand assembling property is a long ordeal and takes a long time to do development, so now we have property that they don't have a use for currently. They want to turn into green space. I mean, I struggle with that a little bit. It's a struggle as a developer, I know that, to figure out how to manage that properly. So I'd like to just understand a little bit more what the tools might be for that. What is that process? You don't have to answer that now, but as we go through this process to understand a little bit better, how does an entity like a Corewell buy a parcel that they know they might want in the future, not have a current use for, and they don't want to sit on a vacant building and try to maintain it, and I get that, but we also maybe don't want to just see it razed with nothing in its place, right? So those are the challenges I think I see here. I would love to see, like many mentioned, neighborhood engagement, both residents, and Mobile GR, who's in the room, and Rapid Dash, all those types of folks to think about. I'm just a person that doesn't believe that 100 years or 50 years from now we're going to be talking about parking in the same way. I'm not a huge fan of just building parking decks either, but if we do build them, I believe we should be building them to convert them into other types of uses in the long run. So I don't want to necessarily encourage more driving, so to me, a comprehensive look at how transportation can work in a development like this would be something I would like to see going forward.
I understand the desire to about neighborhood engagement, but I think it would be good to understand, if they didn't build these parking lots, are we just going to have these blighted buildings sitting around? They already own the land. So is that what we want to see in the interim, is some pretty, and you saw the pictures, blighted, obsolete buildings
No, I think they'll
sticking
have to
around.
maintain them as any owner of a building would have to do.
Well, they're not going to, in maintaining them, they're not going to look better. Look at you saw the pictures.
I don't think
Hopefully
we're going
you've
to
driven by
bypass
it.
a more robust engagement process at this point.
No, I
Commissioner. So
understand that. But I think that's an important point for us to consider, that do we want, because it's their property, to see it just exist as it is.
Understood.
I also, so based on their parking demand study, so I work in transportation planning as well, and all of those models are built just to, you input more people and more development, and it just spits out cart. It doesn't account for behavior change at all. So you're just going to show catastrophic congestion, whereas in reality, people can make different choices, and the models don't account for that. And so I don't know that that has anything to do with what I expect from them if we table, but I just wanted to put it out there that these models don't account for people's behavior change to other modes.
Mr. Cranzo, if you were to build surface lots and you have your anticipated 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Workday, is it off the table that wouldn't be open for free parking maybe in that area? Can that be a discussion point that you take back perhaps?
Yes, 100%. And you mentioned that earlier, and you were definitely heard, and I think that's a discussion point. I think just because we have not activated the campus yet, we're still under construction. We haven't, lived in that for a period of time to understand what kind of behaviors can be changed.
Yeah,
I think it's all open.
We're being asked to sort of provide input on how, for tabling, if this were to come back,
appreciate
et cetera, on hopes and prayers, which is something that I'm not sure we can build policy on. So I would appreciate some, answers. I think also seeing full picture stuff, that makes sense to me too. It would be, I feel like you're talking a little bit about things that we also don't have any future knowledge about, and I know those haven't come before us yet. And I don't trust it. I don't think that Corwell's a bad actor in this situation or anything like that. I don't feel that way at all. But I think that, we do deserve some answers. I think the public deserves some conversations. I think there are some other solutions that maybe can be folded into this to make it, more mutually beneficial for more parties.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just elaborate on that so I know you haven't voted yet, but if this truly is tabled, is it being as specific as you can, and we're very happy to provide more detail as you need it. Thank you.
Does someone have a running list?
Yeah, no, someone's keeping track. I don't know.
Yeah, and we can certainly confirm with the minutes, but I've heard at minimum that there's an expectation that additional engagement take place with stakeholders, including the chamber, Mobile GR, who, has been part of these conversations, but will continue to be a partner here, the Rapid, DGRI, and Noble, that maybe more clarity around the phasing, what comes online, what comes offline.
I think some kind of a timeline.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. The phases, I think, you can say that green space is going to, we anticipate that green space being there for 3 years.
Yeah.
10 years. What does this phasing look like as it stands now?
So the ordinance does have language around the phasing relative to, how long approvals remain in effect. One of the challenges with this, and I think I mentioned this earlier, is zoning is not the most favorable to temporary uses. Mm-hmm. And so while Corwell and myself can certainly spend some time putting timelines around this, there aren't the guarantees that what if it doesn't happen?
Right. Right.
And so that's always challenging while we, are operating in good faith and expectation and that they would execute as they've said. There's not this stick that we have if, the resident tower, for example, doesn't come online. I can't make them build a building, and you know what I mean?
Sure.
So I appreciate the desire to have that information. I'm just going to caution you on making any decisions around it.
Okay, thank you.
Is it possible to, so say for 648 Bond and 647 Ottawa, is it possible to do something along the lines of they need to have an approved LUDS permit or they need to have an approved building permit for the housing before they can commence with the demolition of those buildings? So we're giving them approval to move forward, but it's contingent on the approval of the project that they're saying it needs to move forward for.
So yes, you could, but that will also put the timeline, I believe the validity would be 1 year with the option of extensions. But yes, you could conditionally approve, subject to other things happening that are the basis for the request.
All right, thank you for keeping a list of items to provide specificity. I would just say, before I assume someone will make a motion here, that while you've tried to build in some flexibility for yourselves and might view that or project that as a positive thing for us, I think as the Planning Commission, our responsibility is to find some certainty in what will be seen in a neighborhood. And so any certainty you can provide for us and for citizens and stakeholders in this area, I think would be very beneficial.
Yeah, we would need to table it open at this point, and I'd have to work with Corwell's team and the current anticipated Planning Commission agenda. Unfortunately or fortunately, we only have one meeting in November and December. We were anticipating public hearings for some text amendments, so, I would need you to table it open and we would renotice the case when it could be heard. Also, I don't know what the expectation will be of each of these entities for engagement. I'd be surprised if that could be done within the next month, but we would just continue to work together and renotice it for when it's ready to come forward.
I'd also just say, related to engagement with the Rapid, they are working on a transit master plan right now, and so now would be a great time to engage with them. I will make a motion to table open the request to allow time for additional engagement with stakeholders, including Mobile GR, DGRI, the Chamber, Noble, the Rapid, and kind of other residents and businesses in the neighborhood, as well as, can you provide the language for the, more information about potential phasing options and contingencies? Thank you.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, so we had one opposed, Commissioner Shannon. All right, that motion passes. We're going to take a brief break. I understand we've been here for a long time, so thanks for everyone's patience. right, let's get started on our last public hearing for the day. This is 563 Jefferson Ave Southeast. We've got a couple of commissioners that will step out and play rock, paper, scissors for a while. Just a note, we do, unfortunately, we have a kind of a hard stop later this evening, so we may not get through the full presentation for the text amendments. That presentation is available online, though, for folks who want to view it, and will most likely be hearing that and having a fuller discussion at our next meeting. That said, we will still be doing the public comment, so if you did come today to speak on those issues, you will still have an opportunity to do that. That will be part of the public record going forward, and we'll incorporate that into our discussion in the future. Let's get into 563 Jefferson.
The next item on the agenda is a request for a two-family structure. This is before you today because two families in an LDR zone district require special land use approval. The property is currently vacant. Fortunately, it doesn't look like that right now with all that snow, but it's vacant. I don't know how long it's been vacant, at least since 2006. Perhaps the applicants can speak to how long it's been vacant. So today, we're looking at a two-unit in an LDR zone district, two-story building. The ground floor will consist of one single unit, a one-bedroom unit, porch on the front, and then it also, on the ground floor, a portion of the second floor unit is also included. So you can see here, we have the kitchen and living space for the four-bedroom unit above. There's also a powder room and laundry. So then you go up to the second floor, and you can see that there are 4 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. Relative to the site layout, the site plan, except for one element, meets all the requirements. Two families are required to have a lot area and lot width that is 130%, is at least 30% greater than the median average of those single-family properties on the same block. The lot width meets that requirement. The median of this block for lot area is 7,600 square feet, and this lot is about 6,700. So it's slightly, it's about 1,000 square feet, 900 square feet, too small to meet the minimum requirement. You might remember when we passed some zoning ordinance text amendments within the last year to allow administrative departures for vacant lots. So we could allow granted administrative departure if the lot meets the minimum requirements for the zone district, excluding that median, we can grant an administrative departure if it's vacant to facilitate its redevelopment. So that was the case here. The applicant applied, and staff has already granted that administrative departure. So if you concur that this lot is appropriate for the two-family, we can assume that it meets that lot size. The required building line on this lot, what's sort of interesting, the subject property is the one that I'm pointing to on the right. You can see here that the properties on the other side of the street are set, the buildings are set much further back, and that's because there's a city easement, a utility easement, I'm not sure if it's water or sewer, that runs right next to the sidewalk here. So all these houses are built at that easement. So they have to be set back that far. The applicant is proposing to set the property back consistent with the setbacks of the houses on the subject side of the street. So technically, it's supposed to be the median based on both sides. There is a significant difference. The applicant is asking to have it in line with the properties on their side of the street, and so it will be up to the Planning Commission to determine whether that's appropriate or not. The side and rear setbacks are appropriate. That meets all the requirements. Building elements, let's see here. The building design is a little bit unusual. Rather than having a front porch that is in front of the building, it's actually recessed. It's a little bit difficult to see right here, but it's not intended to stick out in front of the building. You can sort of see maybe a little bit better here. This is the second floor goes all the way over the porch of the ground floor. So we would have, where it says porch, there'd be second floor above. And then, of course, there would be stairs in front. So that is a little bit unusual. So the primary entrance for unit 1, ground floor unit, will be on the front. There is a secondary access ramp on the side, and then there's a door out to a patio or deck. The second floor, the entrance for the second floor is on the side. It's not on the front, so that's something the Planning Commission might want to think about. It's on the side. And then there's also, oops, I'm pointing here, but it's actually here where it says the entry. This is to the basement. So this is the entry to the second floor, and then they have a deck. Relative to parking, the way 3 parking spaces are required for two dwelling units with a maximum of 4 spaces allowed. The applicant is proposing tandem spots. That's not ideal in a 2-family situation. The Planning Commission could approve it. Alternatively, the applicant, could work with staff, and they could provide, just pull in parking spaces here on the side without a tandem arrangement. It appears to meet the green space requirement. There is some perimeter fencing proposed. It looks like it might be in the clear vision area at the corner, and staff can work with the applicant on that. I'll defer to the applicant to talk about neighborhood outreach. And in sum, we're looking at the impact of a 2-family home on the desired character of the surrounding neighborhood and the compatibility of the proposed structure with the architectural character of the block and the neighborhood. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it over to the applicant.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this time? All right, thanks. I'll invite the applicant up if there are other details you'd like to share.
Lovely, thank you. Thanks for representing Collective Ventures, which is a new real estate company that's going to focus on small scale and affordable housing. Also here is Lauren Van Keulen, CEO of AYA Youth Collective, and Angie from Pure Architects, in case you have questions for either of them. So we believe this 2-family project is a really unique solution to the pressing needs in our city around youth homelessness. As Elizabeth mentioned, we've applied for an administrative departure to allow a 2-family to be built on this vacant lot in an LDR neighborhood. I actually think this project is a really interesting example of the discussion you're going to have next around small scale development and some of those levers that you are choosing or debating whether or not to move. The property is located, how do I go back here? The property is located between 2 very large multifamily housing units already. The one to the north is a 4-unit, and the one to the south is a large 2-unit. The proposed use that we're proposing also aligns with, it's not exactly in the South Division area specific plan, but it's adjacent to that corridor. That group, which I was a part of when I was a city commissioner, really cares about affordability and the building of new housing units. They also really encourage building on vacant land as to eliminate development without displacement. And so it aligns with the South Division plan. Another lovely aspect of this project is that AYA Youth Collective has demonstrated that they can build these small-scale projects with greater than 75% minority-owned contractors. Collective Ventures maintains that same commitment, so we believe that this project will be built by people who live in that neighborhood. I personally did the community engagement for the project. In the fall, I work part-time for Well House, which is just around the corner. So we spoke with our tenants who live near this project, as well as some of the stakeholders. Unfortunately, 2 of them were here earlier, but they had to leave. And then I knocked on every door in the immediate neighborhood. I spoke to nearly every neighbor on Jefferson to unanimous support of the project. Tim, who lives a few doors down, said, anything that you do for the youth, we support it. There are 3 or 4 Dominican sisters across the street who have lived in their home for 20 years and looked at this vacant lot their whole time living there. Nobody I spoke to ever remembers a structure on the site. So it's been vacant for over 20 years. I also have a letter of support from Pastor Joe Jones at Brown Hutcherson Ministries, which is kitty corner from the site across the street, and John Glover, the executive director of Well House, who has 17 houses in this neighborhood with a very similar model and approach. So I'm happy to answer questions you have, as well as Angie from Pure. And then Lauren, would you just share a little bit about AYA? That would be great.
As Kurt said, I'm Lauren Van Kulen. I'm the CEO of AYA Youth Collective. We support youth ages 14 to 24 who are experiencing homelessness or housing instability all throughout the county. We have a drop-in center located on State Street, not far from here, and we currently have 9 homes. This would be our 10th home. Almost all of them are duplexes where we have a house mentor that lives on site in this unit, the house mentor would live in that lower unit, and then youth who live upstairs. We have over a 90% success rate for youth exiting into stability once they move out of our housing program. It's non-time limited, so we support youth for as long as they need. Youth who live here are between the ages of 18 and 24. They sign leases, and that entire process has been vetted across the city and a variety of other departments. So we just received some HUD funding to specifically prioritize housing for this population of individuals who are experiencing houselessness in our county. I think that's most of it for this specific project. I know that there were some concerns that they wanted to make sure it would be sellable and usable for other uses, and I'm very confident that that's the case, as we've have looked at selling some of our other properties and don't see any issues with that. So, thanks. Any questions for me specifically around our programming before I sit down?
Commissioners, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question about the building design. I just want to, can you talk about why you're choosing the kind of unconventional, like recessed porch? And then I was trying to look at the elevations to determine kind of which other outside or entry spaces, the deck, the other side entrances, which of those are covered?
Yeah, so we looked at a recessed kind of porch area for like trying to have something that's unique, but also fitting in with the character of the existing urban streetscape. So as long as we understood the zoning code as long as we have that front entry, that main entry on the street facing side, that any of the other entries or porches could be on the back side of the building or the sides, as long as we were still respecting the rear and side setbacks. So that's kind of
our initial understanding of what we could and couldn't do from a porch perspective. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your second question.
Sorry, which of those other, the entryways or the deck for the 4-bedroom unit, which of those are covered?
So all of them are covered. The Mentor unit has a recessed porch on the back, or sorry, a recessed back deck and a recessed front porch. The 4-bedroom unit for the youth has a covered deck space, but that's a more traditional canopy roof style covering.
Any other questions for the applicants? All right, thank you. I'll open up the public hearing. If you're here today about this case at 563 Jefferson Ave Southeast, I invite you to come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts with us. All right, seeing no one jump up, I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, any questions or discussion on this case?
I don't have any questions necessarily, other than the ones I already asked. I think this use is completely appropriate in this location. I'm good with the solution that we came to for the RBL and having it line up with the streets or the houses on its side of the street rather than kind of put it in a weird place in between, using that median. I am confused about the choice about the recessed porch rather than having a traditional one. But I guess I'm open to what other commissioners think about that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit hung up on that too, and I don't know how it fits with the other style of the homes adjacent to it. But other than that, I'm comfortable with the project. Hi.
I was just going to say, we're happy to work with city staff if, to amend the porch design if that's something that is of interest. I don't know that we have any specific tie outside of just that cityscape kind of look feature, but we're happy to work with city staff to do more of a traditional style front porch. That wouldn't be a problem, so just letting you know.
While you're up here, would you also be
Yeah.
okay with talking through the parking situation with city staff?
Oh, for sure. Yep. Yep. Happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it is a bit challenging to visualize what the recessed porch may look like. I guess I think of it more like what balconies look like on some of our newer buildings in town, where part of it is recessed and covered, part of it is open air. I understand the idea of it, and I think building a traditional enclosed porch isn't really a thing. A lot of them are open air but covered and then become enclosed. I don't think that's what we want. So I understand the idea here, and I don't hate it. I think it's just difficult to understand or visualize maybe on a single, like a traditional home.
I think that's part of my problem. I don't have that. I'm a visual person.
I think besides the aesthetic of it, there's the way it functions, and I think we care most that it, equally that it functions as a porch.
Right.
Which usually has a wall in front. It's usually not wide open the whole way, like a master staircase or something. And usually you can see visually in three directions, not just one. So those are things that I would consider looking at.
I agree, for sure. But I think the use is great, and I'm very supportive. Yeah. I'm happy to make a motion unless there's a discussion. Could you craft a little condition about the porch? Thank you. All right.
Is city staff comfortable
Right.
working
I
through
guess,
that?
I don't know.
Yeah, we had some similar conversations in our earlier meetings where we expressed concern whether this architecture was reflected in the neighborhood but also felt that maybe that was a little bit subjective on our part and thought that if this was the desire of the applicant, that could be a discussion point for the Planning Commission, which you've clearly had. I think it's a relatively easy fix is to modify the front design and build a more traditional porch that's consistent with the traditional neighborhood that it's in. They were open to it, I believe, in our earlier meetings as well, so it's definitely workable.
Cool. All right. Now therefore be it resolved that the Planning Commission approves the request of AYA Youth Collective, Jonathan Van Kulen, special land use and site plan review approval to construct a new two-family dwelling at 563 Jefferson Avenue Southeast for the following reasons. The proposed use will be consistent with the purpose and intent of the master plan and zoning ordinance, including the zone district, because the development will increase the number and variety of housing units within the city. A new two-family dwelling at this location will support the recommendation of the South Division Corridor Area-Specific Plan for an increased density and slightly more intense development. The proposed use will meet the site plan review standards of Section 5.12.8.e because the site has been harmoniously and efficiently organized in relation to the size and type of lot, character of the neighborhood, and adjoining structures. And the proposed building is appropriately aligned with the required building line, RBL, of the structures on the same side of the street of the surrounding block. The proposed use will be compatible, harmonious, and appropriate with the character and uses of the neighborhood, adjacent properties, and the natural environment because the proposed building is consistent in scale and orientation with what is desired in the TN neighborhood classification, and the proposed use will result in a density appropriate for this area. The proposed use will not have adverse effects on the neighborhood because the proposed off-street parking area will meet the requirements of the zone district, and the perimeter fencing and landscaping that is proposed is residential in scale and will enhance the character of the neighborhood. The proposed use will not be detrimental, hazardous, or disturbing to existing or future uses or to the public welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, or visual clutter because vehicular access to the property will be from the alley, and this will be a residential use in a residentially zoned area. The proposed use will not adversely affect the walkability of the neighborhood, impair pedestrian circulation patterns, disrupt the continuity of the urban street wall, or otherwise hinder the creation of a pedestrian-oriented environment because the proposed building setback will be consistent with properties on the same side of the block. The placement of the house, entrances, and rear yard parking will reflect a pedestrian-oriented site. The proposed development will retain as many natural features of the landscape as practicable because the proposed plan incorporates planting of new trees to mitigate the loss of existing trees necessary for the development of the property. Adequate public or private infrastructure and services already exist or will be provided at no additional cost. And the proposed use will not be detrimental to the financial stability and economic welfare of the city because the provision of additional housing will promote social stability and increase the number of residents who will contribute to the local economy. Be it further resolved that the following conditions of approval shall apply to this project. 1, standard conditions at A, approvals, which will show up on the screen now. And 2, that the paved off-street parking area shall be reconfigured to allow for 3-sided side-by-side parking spaces accessible from the alley and, oh, wow. Sorry, I turned my face and I was right in my mic.
That the porch on the east facade be modified to project in front of the structure consistent with the architecture of adjacent structures.
Thank you.
Support.
All right, we have a motion and support. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, as I mentioned, we are going to bump our discussion on the text amendments for infill housing, parking, and group living. And yeah. You're clearly not paying attention on the Facebook Lives. We'll bring back our other commissioners here. So then we'll just go straight to public comment, I guess. Will this discussion take place at our next meeting?
Yeah, that's what I was just looking up. So is clearly less than ideal, but with a hard stop at 5, there's simply not the time to get through a robust discussion, which I think is necessary, especially since these remaining buckets, if you will, should necessitate some good discussion. So 11.9 is full. would there be a willingness to consider starting early or being prepared to have dinner with us?
Yes.
To stay a little bit later? Is there some flexibility in your schedule? Otherwise, we do have 12:14 where we had anticipated text amendments tentatively for a public hearing. I'm really hesitant to wait 2 months or a month and a half for this, but.
I can start earlier, I can't stay past 5. Is 9th this next one?
November 9, yep. You couldn't stay later, but you could start a little bit earlier. Okay, so maybe it's a marriage of both. Maybe we could look at starting the lunch meeting at noon, the regular meeting at 12:30. Elizabeth, has that notice gone out for that meeting yet?
For the public hearings, yes.
Okay, so we'll have to do,
So the public hearings need to start at 1.
yep. Darn. Okay. Yeah, yep, so maybe I could start with my presentation to remind us where we left off last relative to these 3 issues. Then we can move to our hearing and then continue the actual discussion after the hearings. And we'll work together to be brief in our presentations and hopefully be able to move through the hearings quickly. Okay.
That sounds good. All right, then I will open up the public comment portion of the meeting. If you're here today and want to share some thoughts with us, please come forward, state your name, and share your brief thoughts.
Hi, I'm Lisa McManus, and I live in Heritage Hill. And I've been attending your meetings as you've been talking about changing the text for, our ordinances. I'm concerned about Heritage Hill because, our master plan is to reduce density. Our number 10 goal on our master plan is to reduce or maintain current population density. And a lot of our residential area is in a low-density residential designation. At the same time, the Grand Rapids Master Plan defines low density as 1 to 4.9 housing units per acre. And if you have been in Heritage Hill, you know that we have never achieved low-density residential. We have been working at it for years, and a lot of the people that come to our meetings with Heritage Hill have been people who have purchased houses as preservationists and turned those houses from 2, 3, 4-unit homes back to single-family. Something no developer would ever do. I mean, it's not a financially good decision. But as a preservationist, you look at that community differently. And so I just wanted to ask if you could take a look at the text amendments that you're doing and put some kind of guardrails on them for high density, particularly old historic older areas. I mean, our houses were built from 1850 to pre-World War II, pre-World War I, and they are really being looked at by the community as places for group homes, for all kinds of different applications that they were not built to do. So I would like to ask you to really pay attention to whether it's adding 2 people to a 4-people non-related density text. That makes a big difference in Heritage Hill. The other thing I was going to ask is if you would consider, since we do have a lot of group homes already, we've always been the area that the city looks to, If you could double the size of the distance between group homes, that could help Heritage Hill not to have to take the additional burden that's expected. We really need your help to maintain some kind of residential neighborhoods. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm Andrew with Strong Towns Grand Rapids, Director of Outreach, speaking on behalf of a private citizen this time, myself, Andrew Carley. The plan for producing affordable housing, reasonable housing in Grand Rapids has my full support. It follows every best practice at getting affordable housing within the Grand Rapids area. We are currently like 34,000 or something of that nature houses short, and it will stunt economic growth. Just not having housing for young people like myself to move to the city of Grand Rapids, enjoy everything our city has to offer, and really be able to grow it and turn it into the greatest city in the state of Michigan. We could be one of the first cities in the state of Michigan to have a very good, very thought out, very well researched affordable housing policy and a footprint to get there. We have to act now, not later. We are already behind. We are falling like 5-point-something houses behind every day. That is 5 people who are not moving to Grand Rapids because they cannot afford it. That's an incredible number. So moving into having multifamily units by right, being able to reduce parking minimums, being able to have multiple people living within a house, more than 4 people. Essentially, the entire plan, the whole text amendment, is very good and does follow all of the latest best practices on achieving the missing middle homes and affordable housing within the Grand Rapids area and nationally otherwise. And we could be a national blueprint on how to make it achieve. We just have to get out of our own way. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nathan Biller. I sent a very long, detailed letter, but I just wanted to highlight a couple things. I also support everything that you're doing with the zoning text amendments, and if nothing else, like, please, yes, we need all of these things. I also participate in Strong Towns, but a couple things. One of them, I know you discussed ADUs last time. If I did my measurements correctly, I own a lot. I'd love to build an ADU on it. We're working on development right now. When I look at that and I run it out, I think that based on by right, I would only be able to do 12 feet minimum because of your height requirement. I think that was decreased from 25 down to 20 by right unless it follows the setback for a primary structure, which most would not. So the detail is in there, but from the discussion I heard when you reviewed that first one, it sounded like you guys wanted to allow people to build it by right, and I'd love to do that. But I think you need to adjust that height requirement in order to allow me to do it. So if I got those things correct, I'd love for you to reconsider that as you repropose it. I even did a little picture. I'm not an artist, but it is in the notes. Regarding the small infill development, like what we just heard, people asking for a permission to build a duplex seems ridiculous. I almost got up and said, for sure we have to do this. We're in a housing crisis. Commissioner Connor actually suggested it when you guys met and said, why don't we allow duplexes by right on every single lot? There's precedent. If you look at Minneapolis, it's amazing what they've accomplished. Their rent growth has been 1% since 2017 versus a national average of 30. We can change those things. You guys can change those things. You're a powerful commission, and this is an opportunity to share that and press it. And you already have a city commissioner who's actually the one advocating it to you, but you need to help press everybody else, I think. Cognizant of my time, eliminating parking requirements, I actually wanted to read you something because I thought it was so great. I'm a developer, so I feel for Heritage Hill. There's beautiful homes there, but I think it comes down to who do we want to design for? Is this a city designed for people, or is it a city designed for cars? And I think people should always be elevated above cars. This is a quote from Denver Urbanism, but they say in regards to eliminating minimum parking requirements, they show that you can build a 2-stall garage in the place of a small 850 square foot apartment. So how do you decide what that is? And they say the moral argument would ask whether 2 empty cars have a greater right to the limited space in a city than 2 people. The social argument would ask whether 2 empty cars provide more energy, community, dynamicism to a city than 2 people. The fiscal argument would ask whether 2 empty cars provide more tax base to the city than 2 people. I ask, why is this even a debate? So thank you for your time. I fully support everything you guys are working for. I just wish that you could, I would encourage you to press forward, and maybe you will. We won't know because you're not going to talk about it for like a month. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael DeMag Rodriguez. I live in the 2nd Ward, Heritage Hill. And my comments are largely in response to a lot of public comments I heard in previous meetings. I tuned in via the web. And in those comments, I heard 2 recurring assumptions. So I would like to identify those and perhaps offer an alternative perspective. The first assumption is that an increased variety of housing options within an existing neighborhood will burden that neighborhood with an increase in undesirable behavior or nuisances. And at its core, this assumption imagines that homeowners are better neighbors than renters. And anytime people live near each other, there are possibilities for conflict or inconvenience. However, the management of behavior is not the purpose of zoning. There are other mechanisms, both formal and informal, that do this better, including my own personal favorite, which is to have relationships with your neighbors. A second assumption that comes up often is that the physical presence of increased variety of housing options may cause harm to the existing neighborhood character. This assumes that homogeneous, detached, single-family and owner-occupied houses with an overabundance of private parking are the preferred housing model. Instead, I urge you to consider that attainable housing options which can accommodate a variety of income levels, life circumstances, mobilities, and preferences is actually more valuable for a stable community. Please remember that a majority of us have been, are, or will be tenants in buildings that are owned by others. Without the creation of additional options, where will we go? Furthermore, I do think it is unethical and unsustainable to preserve only the privileges of those who have ownership of homes at the exclusion of those who cannot or choose not to. Unfortunately, current zoning inhibits the meaningful addition of increased housing options, as you well know. As an illustration of this, on my own neighborhood block, the 200 to 300 block of Prospect Southeast, approximately half the historic structures are single-family homes, and the other half are purpose-built, small-scale multi-unit homes. And almost all of those multi-unit structures and a few of the single-family homes are non-conforming with respect to current zoning regulation. If lost, they could not be rebuilt. Yet, in the 12 years that I have lived there, I have never once heard someone express that the desirability or character of our block is in peril due to this gentle density. Quite the contrary, in fact. It remains a lovely, walkable, and human-skilled place to live. I invite you all to visit sometime and see for yourselves. The natural integration of small-scale, multi-unit housing is entirely compatible with historic single-family homes. And my block is hardly alone. Neighborhoods throughout our city are filled with useful housing models which cannot be replicated with our current regulation. I want to conclude simply by thanking the planning director and her staff for the thoughtful, detailed information that you've compiled. I've reviewed it all, and I'm fully in support of the text amendments.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I will close the public comment. Commissioners or staff, anything else for today?
I guess I would just ask, we did send a lot of information to you. Hopefully you had a chance to read it prior to today. If you feel like there's information missing or that would be necessary in addition to helping you provide that direction, please just let us know prior to next week's meeting. That would just be helpful because I don't want to keep inundating you with articles, although I think the ones we sent are interesting and informative. But if there's something specific that you feel we have not provided you with information on, please just let us know.
All right, thank you. We're adjourned.